G'day everyone, and welcome back for some more Rimworld with w4sted and Capac. w4sted,
What's up?
are you still setting up the mods, or are you almost in?
I am close, but it's just reloading now with what I think is the correct mod list.
Minus hospitality.
Yes, although we are playing the I'm not in multiplayer game thing again.
Oh, okay. We'll restart the game then.
Rimhard, we just Rimhard replaced stuff in interaction bubbles now, aren't we? Basically.
Pretty much, yeah.
Pretty non-modded.
Yeah, pretty light on, not even having the DLCs.
It's alright, it'll all be over soon.
It does feel that way.
Looking a bit grim.
It's looking real grim.
Being honest, like what we down to like 5 or 6 colonists from having 1.11 or 12?
Yeah. Yeah, it's feeling real grim right now.
It'll be fine. We figure it out.
I mean, Capac's tried to spruce up the place with his drawings around the place, like the witch on that's riding a trident.
What? It's
The
a
sword
broomstick.
The sword that's got a flask as its hilt. I'm kind of hoping that we'll get, like, if we do have our demise today, that we'll get to a point where w4sted is the only surviving pawn.
There's one naked man with a sniper rifle running around desperately on his own trying to survive.
Yeah, yeah.
At that point, I'm hitting the caravan and heading for the ice shelf. You're still not showing us in multiplayer for me. Maybe I got to reset. Let me have it go. Maybe it wants to update one of the mods as I'm launching, and because I was already launched, it wasn't happy with it or something. I don't know.
Invite you to play using Steam. Surely that... Really? The mods? I didn't think the mod would be able to integrate with Steam like that.
I don't know. I
like it.
certainly thought that Steam matchmaking was something that you had to pay money for as a developer. Basically, there was an extra cut involved with that.
Actually, I don't know. I don't know that it does. Maybe they've changed. It may have changed recently. I was looking through the dev notes for OpenTTD, and they were contemplating using Steam
Okay, so maybe it's
matching
just been changed.
as the free option, but they went with an option that actually cost them a bit of money because it means that it's not just Steam multiplayer that's helped. It works across other platforms. Thanks, Shrek21. Thanks for 7 months. So yeah, I guess maybe it is free. I like you. I'd always thought it was a paid thing. Maybe not. Maybe not. Yes, Laws, I know Capac's drawn literally the sword in the stone. I don't think he meant to.
No, still not having any of it. What the hell?
What's going on? Can you join off Capac?
No, because it doesn't show Capac at all.
What happens if... What happened then?
It did send me... Why is that opening? Thank you, Windows. I did want that to be on a monitor that I never use.
Of course.
I accepted an invitation to play... Oh, and now it shows you as in multiplayer. Interesting.
Okay. That did... Right. Whatever, it worked. I don't care.
Aha.
I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth on that one.
Alright. Ready to go live then?
Oh, I'm live already.
Yeah, I figured. Alright.
So we were...
I am looking good. This is just wanting to sort configs like it does every time for some reason. Otherwise, it's good.
Okay.
I don't know. It sorts itself out with this stage.
Yeah.
I just don't know why every time it's like, oh, configs. Like I've changed something.
Yeah.
Maybe just downloads them to a temporary location for the sake of multiplayer.
Yeah.
Rather than permanently overwriting my configs, it's downloading them temporarily and then rewriting them back. Which is why I always have to fix it.
Yeah. Yes, as Laws in my chat just reminded me, I was about to say, remember our plan for this time was to do the Ancient Danger as soon as we possibly can.
Oh, yeah.
It was 5, not 6. Good. Just double checking.
Because we were going to spice things up and see if
That's
we
what we
can
need
get
to
Capac
do
a
is
pawn.
spice things up. We're not quite spicy enough at the moment.
No, definitely not. Okay, I have to read this one out. When Capac gets a new pawn, could it be named Here for Now?
We shall see.
Called Sean Bean.
Yes. Sean Bean 1, Sean Bean 2, Sean Bean 3.
Sean Bean, and in brackets, and I don't mean sharp.
Ned Stark raving mad.
Well then.
Yeah, I will unpause. I
Oh.
guess we start. So what?
Capac, would you like a Lady Everson?
I don't know. What does he do?
He does shoots in, construction in, mining, cooking, planting, and artistic. And he is an underground fast learning tough.
Oh, I guess I could temporarily shepherd Avi.
And he's a
There you
sheep.
go. And has an LMG, which is, an LMG.
So what's the plan? Are we going to construct like a kill box off the side of the
I
Ancient
think we're
Danger?
probably best off shifting as many as our... We got power already running up there.
Yeah,
We got power pretty close.
Yeah.
I think we set ourselves up with power that close. We shift our turrets up there and we set ourselves up somewhere secure to pop it open from. If you know what I mean, we have ourselves all neatly set up, nicely defended. Shift some of the easy turrets, not the big ones, but because we can't, but the little ones will all move.
Yep.
And set ourselves up at least half a chance down there. Oh yeah, and let's go and get someone to shift Blitzy's meals from the courtyard, because as good cover as they did offer, what is the cover bonus of a stack of fine meals, I wonder?
Oof,
It doesn't have a cover bonus.
There's a lot of trees here.
Oh, Capac and I just did the same thing. Yes, we need to clear the trees.
But you don't want to try and shoot people through a forest. Forests do work both ways, didn't you know? I think that's one of the loading screen tips.
Can't shoot the forest for the trees.
It's alright though, because the Muffalo's pregnant.
Oh, there's
That'll
also
solve everything.
there's a couple of advanced components out to the west that you probably want to scoop up before they deteriorate.
What's your problem, Farrell? Oof, I see. You're carrying fine meals but are ravenously hungry, and you hate the fact that you've got a prosthetic leg. Because you're a body purist.
Oh, I didn't realize Farrell was a body purist. Ew.
Oh,
Yeah. I mean, we
Mo-
can't fix that. He wants a leg, so...
might want to change the colonist safe zone now that the robots are all dead.
Oh yes, we're allowed into that little spot, aren't we?
Yes.
And Aardvox comes to say hello, along with his friends. One of which I'm Camzostrielbo. Yes.
Rick Beale. And they're gone. Oh, that's right. They grenadoed the wall, didn't they?
Of course, I'm a body purist who wants to have to worry about getting termites in their leg. You've got a good leg. You don't have a termite-infested
You
leg.
can get spiders in there. Think about that.
Oof.
Nice warm, dark location like that.
That'd be like the time my brother had an ant colony living in his Xbox.
My sister made the mistake of washing her hair and then going to sleep outside on a bench in the middle of like African wildlife park, and woke up with essentially an entire civilization of insects living in her hair.
Oh no. Oh. Yeah, that's bad.
Use some sort of like scented hair stuff, and yep, they like that very much.
Mm.
So, as this is a quiet moment while we wait for trees to cut and whatnot,
Mm.
I talked to you about that other thought for a
Yes.
series.
Yes, please do.
I had a second one.
Oh yes.
And I don't think works with the drone one. So it's a bit of a, okay, which one sort of fits? Oh,
You
desync.
have desync.
Yes, wonder what caused that one.
Too many
We both
pawns.
desynced. Too many pawns, yeah, that's the one. Going to be helped a lot by a tool that Nina is working on at the moment as well. Looks pretty funky. Or planet creation,
Oh.
but in Blender directly onto a 3D model.
Yep.
That then converts it into the 2D maps you need. Or Space Engineers. Should be pretty nice. I'm back in.
Are you back, Capac?
Yep.
Yeah, I really wonder what that was, because they only really happen when it, let's say the game essentially rolls a set of dice.
Hmm.
What dice did you roll, Rimworld?
Yeah.
I'm suspicious. There's nothing going on. What dice are you rolling? It's sitting there at a blooming tabletop game, and there's noise of the DM rolling dice behind his screen. You're like, okay. Don't like this very much. Captain Arthur already has a method of making these planets that he's explained to me a bit, that works off using Minecraft's planet creation tools to do it, because Minecraft uses voxel maps the same way as Space Engineers does. And Nenra is working on a way that's much more visually intuitive, that allows you to work with a 3D sphere, paint that 3D sphere with a palette that's been predetermined for you that matches all the right voxel materials and so on.
Yeah.
And do it all in Blender with a 3D reference, so you know what it all looks like, and then export it from Blender, and Blender will do the 3D to 2D conversion for Space Engineers, which is, you know,
That'd be such
Captain
an
Arthur's
amazing...
technique is good, but it's a hard one to work with and a hard one to visualize, whereas it sounds like an Enra's one's going to be very intuitive, because you'll be looking at what you're going to see in game to some extent.
It's something that Space Engineers kind of sorely needed to allow... Like, I'm surprised they didn't create an in-house tool to do that. To allow them to
If it's
create
anything like
planets
some of the
quickly.
other ones, they probably did, but it's rubbish. As I understand it, that's the deal with the particle tool, at least, is they do have an in-house particle tool, but it's so bad they don't want to release it.
Yeah. Oh.
That is bad.
Could be worse.
Oh, actually, that could be a lot worse. J-Turp might actually have half a chance of getting out of there. Who's nearby? Wasted's not too far.
Or does J-Turp try and shoot it?
What? A cougar? I don't think you'll kill it in time.
Yeah, but I don't think it'll get through a sandstone door in time.
Also true.
How fast is he compared to the cougar?
The cougars are pretty speedy normally. Cougar's 4.3. That's not that bad.
And
You're
J-Turp's
faster than the cougar is.
4.36.
Yeah, you're faster than the cougar.
So I could just
I'd
Could
run
run
away?
him around to the north.
you could just try and run for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Head for the doors up the top into the farmyard.
Oh, actually, I can't get around the top. So if I don't get away from it,
There's a door here.
yeah.
Yeah, but you are We've also got to think, where's his help coming from?
Yeah. Which I'm running away from.
How's his help gonna reach him? He's running away from it.
Okay.
I think I'm better to run around the ancient danger and head south.
Ooh,
Yeah.
risky business.
No, but I see where you're coming from. I could see that working. Let me temporary.
I was wondering when someone would say that.
Oh, in. Behave yourself.
Oh, hang on. I need to get some chats up. I forgot to do that.
Best way to outrun a cougar is to steal her walker.
Oof. Do you know what's really weird? Oh, I think I know why. Never mind. It's not that weird. That I can see the history of Capac's chat, but not yours. When I load it up late.
Okay. But you know why.
Because it'll either be because I'm a mod or because I'm an editor on Capac's channel.
Oh, okay.
So I'll be able to see chat history so that I can moderate even if I turn, like, yeah. I'm presuming.
Yeah. I get you.
Alright. Have you guys got your guys ready to help me?
They are already sent on order.
What I was thinking of trying to do was, if I can keep away from it, I was going to keep heading south and lead it around to the kill box. But if I can't, then if you kind of near that entry, I guess
I'm aiming for that entry and to come out and meet you out there, basically.
Alrighty, here goes everything. Lucky J-Tubs, quick. I can probably just keep cutting it around while you shoot it.
Oh, sorry, I moved Abby there as well. I didn't mean to. If I remember rightly, Wasted's back to being 5. Yes, Wasted's 5.0 now, so you're not going to catch a Wasted with a cougar either.
Are you going to shoot it?
I don't know why he's not. Normally, you don't need to tell him.
It could be because it's not doing the Cougar Revenge yet.
I also thought I told him to go and get a sniper rifle, but apparently that didn't happen.
Aha.
Mission success.
J-Tub had to finish it off. It had to be done. Isn't it for these kinds of situations that you are friends with Capac? He is the meat shield after all.
I mean, I'm only the meat shield at the moment if the enemies somehow get into the freezer and are on the wrong side of my sarcophagus.
Yeah, you're not a very effective meat shield when you're dead. Unless I can puppet you around.
I know, we could put some wheels on my sarcophagus.
Yeah, Wasted, that just gave me chat history.
I was wondering if that would actually just, like, fill it in for you.
Yeah, it instantly did.
That's bizarre.
Isn't it?
But I know exactly why that is. And why it behaves like it does. It's so you can wipe chat as a moderator. Still have your chat history, but anybody refreshing the channel to try and get it back doesn't get it.
Interesting.
Okay, yes, I was talking about random things, so Planet Creator. This one's going to be kind of hard to explain, but it's themed a little bit off of a certain movie that I think Capac quite likes. Pitch Black.
Okay.
Yes, we were in fact just talking about how there's a 4th Riddick movie on the way just before we...
Is there? Oh, nice. I was watching you play that Chronicles of Riddick guy. I only watched it for a little bit because I was watching you and going, actually, you're right. This does look quite good. I think I'll not watch too much because I might want to play this myself. Not Escape from Butcher Bay.
It really captures the vibe of the films really well.
The only thing I found slightly weird is the visual differences between every NPC and Riddick himself, who looks like half the model quality as everybody else does. Which I guess is part of that remaster and the fact that
yeah,
he's got so many lines.
Trade ship is passing by.
Also, you don't really, like, most of the time you
trade?
don't see Riddick.
You might as well.
Who's trading these days?
Avi, I think.
Moldark's 3.2.
Avi doesn't do social.
Avi's not social at all, so it's not Avi
it's
then.
Moldark.
So yeah, Moldark all wasted.
Call Delilah Solutions.
Delilah's always got the answer. Why, Delilah? Why? Moldark is, oh, he's quite fast. Doesn't look it.
To send items or silver to orbital traders, you must build an orbital trade beacon and place a stockpile of items near it.
We actually built the orbital trade beacons?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, that's why the stuff's appearing in the list at all.
I thought there was
We
one
don't
in
have our
here,
silver.
but I don't... Oh wait, is there a shirt on it? Yep, there's a trade
No,
beacon.
we do not have our silver.
The silver
Well
is
spotted.
outside.
Which is annoying because this guy has 10 components.
If we move it quickly.
Yep.
They hang around for a little bit.
Storage, raw resources, silver.
Should I get rid of the 62 and 63% flak pants and vest?
Yeah, we've got replacement ones for them, so... To be honest, you could also potentially sell both of those shield belts, because it's not like we're full of melee people and you can't wear them as ranged.
Yep. Well, that allows us to buy everything.
Sweet.
Oh. Well, I guess I'll go back to bed then.
But let's haul that component.
Components.
Yeah, the components that need to be hauled. Laws brings up a point about Riddick Capac. Apparently there are already 4. Because there's an anime one.
Yeah, the anime doesn't count. I mean, it's semi-canon, and it was pretty good from what I can remember, but I don't think it counts as a film in the series. Yeah, Vin Diesel just the other day shared some storyboards from the 4th film, which is going to be called Furia. So hopefully that means it's going to have some explanation of what is going on.
What the fact has been going on and why his eyes are like that. Yep. Outside of, well, he's one of these people. All right then. Any more to follow, or is that it?
Well, it's funny you mentioned the eyes because it's actually showing a scene where he's surprised that he's run into somebody that has the same kind of eyes.
Mm-hmm. And is he directing? Or is someone else directing?
I don't know who's directing it, but it's still the same writer, David Toohey.
Okay.
And I imagine Vin Diesel will be producing. But it looks like they might start filming after they wrap on the next Fast and Furious.
How is there still a next Fast and the Furious? I don't get it.
They're so bad they don't have to really try.
I don't know, they seem to get, like, more popular, though.
Yeah.
Unlike something like the Transformers, which
But that's
just
because
got less popular over
they
time.
were never good, so they never had to be. So people know what they're getting in for.
Wow.
people can be entertained by bad movies. They're just like, I saw a few of them in the early days because a girlfriend I had at the time really liked them. I really enjoyed seeing them, so I watched the first 3 or something, and yeah, terrible movies.
I've only watched the latest one.
But I think that's sometimes the thing with bad stuff. If it's not supposed to be any better than that, and that's what people go in expecting, then people get what they expect. They get some action scenes. They get some attractive people driving fast cars. And if they don't want more than that, then they can keep delivering it for years and years and years and years and years.
I mean, they barely even drive the cars anymore. I think the cars spent more time in the air in the last movie than they did on the ground. Well, we've almost cleared out the forest.
No. Cleared some of it anyway. That arrow was very distracting.
Okay. Well, where was I? Pitch black is the starting concept.
Yep.
The idea being that we have a planet. The planet is biomed like a Satsuma. So instead of horizontal biomes like would normally be present, you have vertical biomes with the poles trapped in permanent night. And then I have a weather mod that is tying into the time of day counter. The deal is you must stay ahead of the nighttime because the nighttime is not nice, both from a weather perspective and an NPC perspective. Then you split these Satsuma biomes down into having an Agarist-style resource distribution. So there are only a few, but large ore deposits in each biome.
Uh-huh.
And you're forced to constantly circumnavigate the world, planning your route to where you might want to set up outposts where you can get access to mine, but permanently staying ahead of the nighttime, because from my testing so far, if you get caught by the night, you have about 1 minute and 30 seconds to get somewhere underground in an airtight room with defenses. AKA, you're going to need to have prepared it in advance.
Ah,
So you
right.
might be
So
able
you
to
could
find
prepare, like,
So you might be able
mine
to get ahead of
facilities.
yourself, catch up with the night, and spend an hour or two preparing facilities with the plan to come back to it on the next loop.
Yeah.
And the
Okay.
planet won't be that hard terrain. It'll be hardish, but not like Earth terrain level hard. Enough that you could keep some speed up, and it becomes a challenge of keeping ahead of the sun and planning what you need to hit in order to achieve your goal, which is to get the hell off.
Yeah. Any thoughts on ways to spice up the getting off the planet bit?
I will probably mess quite heavily with the atmosphere. Heavily forcing a approach that requires hydrogen, and then I will massively limit the locations you can get ice. Potentially even limiting them to the poles, which, as I mentioned, are permanent night.
Ah.
So at some point you have to brave the night and these circumstances in order to try and go and get the fuel you need to escape.
Yeah.
Something along those lines. So far, I mean, still working on it a little bit, but I kind of fell in love with this idea of not just staying ahead of the night, but then having to plan out your locations as you circumnavigate. Almost Snowpiercer style, you know. The train doesn't stop moving, but you might have to find certain parts on the line to hit at certain times in order to be able to get what you need. And at some point, maybe you mess it up, and that means you get caught either in the dark or you get caught out without getting the things you need. You've got to scrap and make do. I also thought it would be one of the few series that would make sense for times for people to split up.
Do you want to use proxy chat then if we...
And then maybe we include the proxy chat mod.
Because then, especially with the fear of the night, there'll be times where you're just like, I'm not waiting with you, I'm going.
Yep.
And then you have to try and figure out how to get back in touch with each other. That sounds really cool.
I think it could, you know, it's less, well, actually, I don't think it is less engineering oriented, because some of it's going to be about the idea of engineering that can be incredibly quickly deployed.
Yeah.
It's going to be about speed engineering all of a sudden. But I think it might have more like drama and cool vibes to it than the Drone in the Box one did. Might be a little easier to watch as well, because the Drone in the Box is going to be a lot of first-person camera view.
Yeah. I think we could certainly do something with the Drone in the Box at some
Concept,
stage.
yeah.
Even if we set it up as a sort of a
I think it'd be better as a
challenge
mini challenge.
thing we want to do. Yeah.
And you know, I had the answer, as I mentioned, the answer to the Drone in the Box challenge was to be able to essentially land yourself on another planet.
Yeah.
So move one, you have to transfer, you're stuck on this planet, stuck in this box because the atmosphere is so hostile. You need to get yourself to a planet where you can breathe.
Yeah.
And the engineering necessary to do so. Which obviously sounds quite simple until you take into account, well, everything's remote controlled, so how far away is this planet? How many relays does it need? How do those work exactly? Yes, I like that from a drama perspective, especially as the night time, being able to tie the nighttime weather into the time of day has worked out quite nicely because, oof.
Well, I think the really cool thing about it is it's a very unique way of driving us to go forward. So with the Wrong Way series, most of the drive for us to go forward is kind of me nagging everyone to keep going.
Yep.
Whereas in this, there's a specific drive.
There's a
reason.
constant tension that, like, you cannot slowing down is bad.
And also that you can very easily adjust the difficulty of that.
Mm-hmm.
Longer days means easier.
Yep.
You find that we're finding everything too easy. Well,
And suddenly
the planet's spin has increased.
Yeah, suddenly the planet spins a bit faster. And to be fair, with how this planet's probably going to look, I think we could get away with pretty much any roleplay you want for it. It looks remarkably similar to Exegol at night, because let's be real, that was the only thing cool came out of that movie.
I don't think Spitzy's seen it.
Nope.
Nope, okay, fair enough. Suffice to say, there are a couple of shots that are really cool. I'll leave it there.
Okay.
Yeah, they could have been really good in a better movie.
Oof. Brutal, but yeah. Had a sick sound effect for it. If anything stands out from that one, actually, it's the sound effects. The SFX in that movie were great. Even in the base, we are preparing slowly to pop open the Ancient Danger and discover that it is in fact called a danger for a reason.
Yep. I don't think I've ever opened an Ancient Danger and not wiped my colony.
A few times. They're always hairy. Like there's always a good chance that what comes out of there has much nicer gear than you do. But it could be all right. You never know. I've opened ones and there's been nothing.
I opened one and it was like a running battle between two groups of like pirates or something. And I'm like, have you just been in there like duking it out this whole time until I popped it open or what?
It's the stasis gas that we let out. Stasis gas, that's the one.
Like the ultraviolet decontamination gas in Halo.
I guess the thing with the Escape the Night is that if you do get stuck in the night, then you're effectively doing the drone in a box.
Yeah, to some extent, yep. It's the only way you're even thinking about going out.
Yeah.
Because they might have a half a chance of surviving. Because, yeah, as you've guessed, there's NPCs out there. But the main deal is what I've done to the settings regarding oxygen, electricity, power, and lightning.
So one thing I was thinking about the other day, which might...
I know you like lightning.
Ugh. Which might help with being able to set this up, is one of the things that makes weather really dangerous for the player, more so than not having any oxygen, is Inferno. Because if it's really, really hot, your suit runs out of power so quickly that you'll struggle to do a lot of things. And you start taking damage really fast.
True enough. It turns out that there are certain modifiers that you can adjust that specifically affect rates caused by things like temperature. I can promise you that won't be an issue.
Oh yeah, I was literally just thinking like that style of thing can be quite good.
Mm-hmm.
So I was thinking of it for something else that I'm contemplating for the future. I can't remember what now though, which is really bad because I was actually going to walk through it. I'm like, actually, I can't even remember what I was thinking of that for.
I was going to mention that I have some... there are some features about this world that I am intentionally not mentioning. Because it would be boring to mention.
Yeah.
Like, to the extent that, like, I know that there will be certain features that potentially exist, but I have no idea where they'll be either, because obviously I'm arranging someone else to help me out with that side of things so that I have the surprise as well.
It's so nice being able to have that surprise for yourself, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. But, yeah, I mean, obviously, reacting is all well and good. You learn a bit of that. Doing the old YouTube thing, but it's not the same. It's never the same. No. Give me a legitimate reaction if I possibly can get one.
Absolutely.
I like that chunks are just our go-to barricade now. We can't be bothered with actual barricades. We're just going to stack chunks up.
I didn't do it this time.
That was me.
Well, as pointed out, there's only a 10% difference between the two.
Yeah, that's 5% even.
And this idea sounds a bit like Lando Calrissian's mining colony from Timothy Zahn's Star Wars novels, where he was on a really hot planet. So he had basically a ship on the back of a whole bunch of Imperial walkers. It was slowly walking across the planet to keep out of the sunlight, and sent out remote drone mining ships to mine all the minerals.
I thought about doing it sort of full crematoria style, but honestly, from a viewing perspective, it makes much more sense that the thing we avoid is the night than it does the thing we avoid is the day.
Yeah, viewers like seeing things for some reason.
The binary star mod
could be a cool one to have for that.
Well, I was thinking, could the night be a red giant?
Oh, I mean...
Can you 180 offset them?
almost like you've bloody seen the weather I've got planned. Like, putting a red giant in the sky alongside that weather would be pretty perfect.
Yeah, well, I was just thinking, because then you have a reason for the night side being hot.
Being like it is, yeah.
Plus, it always takes me back to a save I had long before I'd even thought about making videos on YouTube, where I was playing with one of the early sun mods for Space Engineers that changed it into a red dwarf. So there was just this really faint red glimmer in the distance that barely lit up the asteroids. And trying to deal with the darkness of that.
But he runs into the asteroids in full sunlight as it is.
Backwards.
Oh, that was so much fun. That was hilarious. There are just some of those times when you do something dumb like that and it's just funny. You don't even feel disappointed by the outcome at all. Unlike when I went back to that other colony to try and get the last of the steel. That did not feel like a good mistake. Yeah, as in the binary mod would have been pretty cool to use for scavenger hunters.
It would have made a bit of sense. Not just with scavenger, it would have worked the wrong way up, even with the planets as they are.
Yeah, the binary planets, binary stars. What am I doing? So, were you thinking of this similar to what you were thinking of for the drones one, the three of us as the primary crew?
Yeah, basically. I think it would be nice to have, like in this one in particular, it's like, it makes sense for a good one for co-op because, as I said, I think it's got this element of actually encouraging splitting up to some extent.
Yeah.
You know, there will be times where it's like, okay, on this rotation, we know this biome contains silver and I don't know, uranium or whatever it might be. And they're in different places. The column, you know, in this biome, the convoy is going to have to split. Capac, you're headed to there, and we're re-meeting there in this biome on this day.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Please show up.
Like, please be there at that time, because if you're not there at that time, what happens next?
Oh no. Will this time be wasted variable time?
I hope not. I don't think we need to deal with that. I think that might be an extra element getting a bit too far.
Because if we're dealing with wasted variable time and Splitsy's sense of direction and Capac's narcolepsy.
Yeah, it'd be amazing.
Oh, that's a combination.
It could even be really mean and bring back some of the KSE mods and make ice, like make hydrogen not be a thing and make it all directly fuel off ice. That being cruel because ice weighs a lot.
Or just the gases have masses. And the hydrogen
The reason we
rebalance
ended up doing ice is because you can control the piping around of physical cargo. It's very hard to control the piping around of gas.
Oh, right, yeah.
So if you wanted to do staging, doing gas was difficult.
It's it's very quiet around the colony with only 5 people in
With
it.
5 people and they're all in bed, yeah.
It's real quiet.
It's alright, we'll fix that shortly.
Yep.
No reason at all. Does anyone know if Vanilla Expanded works with the multiplayer mod?
Some of them do.
I have no purpose behind this question.
Mm-hmm. I'm curious what the purpose actually is. What about Vanilla Expanded you want?
The weapons.
Ah.
Remember, Expanded can offer us weapons and, if it works, the factory side of things, because the factory side of things adds a single location longevity. As in, there's a methodology for allowing one place to become a permanent location because you can create your own resources in a way that the deep drilling just doesn't.
Yep. Right now, there's a bigger party in the freezer than the active colonists.
That is true.
Yep. We've got power there now. How are we best to go about cracking this thing open? My worry with the way that Capac's done this is the person who cracks that thing has to run down that whole corridor while the bullets are coming at them.
It'll take a little while before whatever's in here gets to the door with any luck.
Yes, luck. That's a thing we've had.
Well, if you don't want an operation that's hinging on luck, then opening up an ancient danger is not for you.
Well, I had a thought. What if we did something like this? Just put a single wall block there, because then you can crack it open, get behind, and that person can run north while everyone else is lined up in the gun line. They can even run north and then around the back, and then they're out of sight, out of mind.
I think we want everyone over here, though.
Yeah, probably they are all okay shots. Would we not then want to pop it as close as possible so they can run back? They got the least bit to run across.
I think we want the enemies coming out as far away as possible.
Yeah. Master Wastage, do you have any thoughts?
No, I'm happy to let you guys pick this one. Opening these is always a bit of a gamble, so yeah.
There's a reason most of your pawns are still alive. Oh. Boomrat and tribespeople at the same time.
Quite a few tribers.
I think the Boomerat's going to go after them. Because there's a tribe
Won't be
right
enough on
near
its
them.
own. Won't be enough on its own, but it'll help. We could maybe take them dead on, but we
they're
might still have an
attacking
animal
straight away.
pulser.
At least one of
Yeah,
them
we
is
still have an
attacking
animal
this
pulser if we
campfire.
need it.
We do have the kill box and they should go through it.
Yeah, I think the gun line will probably be enough to deal with them.
Alright, I guess we get our troops in line.
Might be worth waiting until someone get a little closer.
Well, I guess we restrict their ability to go places.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
Okay. Unpaused.
Bebendoba.
Well, the boomerang got 2 of them on fire.
Los Brighter Coal.
And one of them lost their 4th toe and is bleeding out from that injury.
Nice.
The other one's just got a couple of burns.
Got a whole bunch about to come in through the door.
Okay. Getting my guys down there.
Lacotoxla.
Capac, you bringing temporarily?
Yep.
Oh, why was Moldark so far away? Oh, we did a dump.
Yes, enjoy the maze. Enjoy it.
Enjoy it while it lasts.
Talk about death's inevitability together while
Yep.
going down the maze.
Oof. That was a good hit. Oh, next crew's coming in.
Don't mind me. Everything's fine here.
Ooh. Oh, broke them straight. Nice.
Oh. Watching Wasted with that sniper rifle is vicious.
Isn't it?
Don't stand still. There's the sniper rifle shot.
That's an ambitious range for the bow.
Yeah, he must have a long bow. Oh, great bow. There you go.
Ooh, and he's got some flak armor.
Also got a cracked spine.
And he's dead.
And he's dead.
Oh, more of them coming.
While another one desperately tries to break his way out of the line of doors.
Yeah, it's so weird that it chose that way to escape. Alright. Let's go
Get him.
for it.
No survivors.
Hey, no, I'm okay with survivors. Prisoners, that is.
Oh, I think she's gonna get away.
Unless Moldark gets a hit.
Oh.
Yeah, got away.
Well. That was a slaughter.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, not really good for potential recruits.
No, it's not ideal for it.
Although, they did deliver us a whole bunch of jade.
There is that.
Hmm. No, he didn't have very good stats though.
What didn't?
This guy, I might have been able to arrest him rather than just shoot him because he was fleeing. He wasn't fighting back. But
Actually, he wouldn't have been too bad. He was a tough night owl body modder.
yeah. But all he can do is cook and
Yeah, still.
do plants and crafting real bad.
But that's fine because they can then be the hauler and cleaner, and they can do all the cleaning at night.
Well, he's dead now.
Yeah. Well, that certainly was handled. Wasted.
Well, yes.
I'm
Sorry,
just
what?
thinking Farrell is now our best crafter.
Okay, what do you want from him?
Well, do we want him doing any of the making of components and stuff?
I don't think we need to be making components right now. We need to be opening an ancient danger and finding out if we're alive or dead.
Okay. Fair. I was just kind of looking at the turret line and thinking about the argument for building new ones instead.
Take too long.
Fair enough.
What is he doing at the moment? At the moment he's mining, and then he is crafting when he's not mining. Well, sorry, he is also the only person doing hauling and cleaning. Basically. Everyone else has got jobs that will override that.
Except for Moldoc.
I guess. Modoc will craft before he hauls.
True. I think I had it at 2 before. Oh, maybe not. I don't know. I don't remember.
Yeah, I'll switch that way. I can switch it around with Farrell, and because Farrell's not exactly fast either. He's got a prosthetic leg, so
Yeah, and Moldoc's pretty quick.
he's slower than usual.
Moldoc is 4.67.
Outside allowed area.
Fixed. No, we have not got shock lances. Although, how do they work, Wasted? Have you ever used them?
Not very often. If they're talking about the psychic shock lance, then yeah. You basically knock someone out from close range with it, but it is quite close range.
Ah. So, a challenging recruitment tool.
Yes. Quite an expensive recruitment tool as well, if I remember rightly. Like 700, 800 a shot.
Wow. Okay. Better off waiting for a slave trader. We'll move all the turrets and then we'll get raided.
But we just got raided, so with any luck,
Yeah.
it won't be a while before we get another one.
We'll be back in just a moment. We're going to get a quick snack.
Are you still in the prison, Mr. Capac?
Huh?
Are you still in the prison? Poisoning people and looking for shanks, or what's the deal?
Yeah. So I managed to escape the regular max prison, and now I've been tossed into the super max prison.
Into the double max, yes.
Yep.
Just for good measure.
And just before I wrapped up, I collected a bunch of hallucinogenic moths.
Oh, okay. So I did see you just before you wrapped up, then, because you were busy jumping around, grabbing moths out of the air.
Yep.
Ready to tickle them for hallucinogens.
Good times. And it'll be interesting once I get to the end, because when they did the remaster, they made a new campaign as well. Assault on Dark Athena, which I haven't actually played. I've beaten Escape from Butcher Bay, but I haven't played the extra campaign.
Ooh, that's kind of fantastic when they do that with a remaster, so you get a bit of extra as well. Why I'm looking forward to going back and playing Control again is because when I played it the first time, there weren't any of the DLC stuff for it, and they've added like 2 more mini campaigns to it since I played it last. So gonna get me RTX going. Do you ever play that?
I played a little bit of it. I need to get back to it.
I think you might enjoy it. As the SCP stuff goes, it's been done pretty well. Often that SCP stuff is kind of hammed. Not that it's technically SCP, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, that kind of vibe.
It might as well be.
X-Files, but the aliens actually show up.
Yeah. And some of them are your friends. Potentially. That was a roll. It was hard to escape from. Somehow I have Gillian Anderson and Gates McFadden in the same camp. It was like, there you go, congratulations, you had one roll. That roll didn't sell you quite as well as it could have done, and now you'll never do anything else again.
Well, Gillian Anderson was really good as David Bowie in American Gods.
Fair enough. I've not actually seen American Gods, so I've heard it's really good.
But yeah, I can't think of anything else I've seen her in. Which is weird considering how huge she was in the
she was like
X-Files
poster material
heyday.
for during the X-Files heyday. It's like, yeah. Half the teenage boys across the world had a poster of Gillian Anderson.
She was on all the magazine covers. Some of you viewers might not know what a magazine is. It was when they used to get a bunch of glossy bits of paper and staple them together.
And then they'd charge you quite a lot for them, but sometimes they glue stuff to the front that made it slightly more worthwhile, in theory. Until you realised it wasn't something you actually wanted.
I don't know. Some
or it
demo
was
discs.
part one of an 18-part collection. First magazine, 99 cents. All remaining editions, $4.99.
I remember those.
Build it now. Your very own replica model of... Insert thing here.
Dinosaurs. That was my thing.
I think I was into dinosaurs for a bit off the magazines, yeah. The only ones I still have kicking around from back then is I still have my Sonic the Hedgehog collection. Sonic the comic, oh yes.
I've heard interesting things about Sonic the Hedgehog comics.
I honestly, I haven't read them for 25 years, if not more. But I still have all the editions from 1 through to 110. Probably worth something at this point.
Have you seen the new movie though?
I have. I haven't seen the newest one because I don't think that's not out yet, is it? Sonic 2.
It's out
Or is
here.
it?
I don't know. If
Oh,
it's
okay,
out.
okay. So I haven't seen that one. I've only seen one. And actually, it could have been worse.
Yeah, I quite liked both of them.
Okay, I haven't seen the second one, but honestly, I felt like the first one, as game movie adaptations go, is probably one of the best. If we're not talking about so bad it's good. In which case, Street Fighter obviously wins. Come on now.
I'm back.
Closely followed by Dead or Alive.
Closely followed by Dead or Alive. Those are the words I came back to.
Oh boy.
And I
We're
feel
talking
like
about the Sonic movie, and I honestly, at this point, I feel like that whole Sonic looks weird was a marketing stunt that someone absolutely nailed.
oh yeah, it feels like it, doesn't
think
it?
that at this point, I feel like that was done in advance, and someone had just the most genius idea.
See,
Because
that's
man, did it work!
I don't know. Like,
They workshopped the Sonic designs, like they showed them to a few focus groups, and
they
they
picked the
found the
crap
one
one.
that people thought was horrific. And then some marketing person went, "Oh, how about we blah," and managed to get the executives on board.
Yeah,
Oh,
how
that-
about we launch this first? It causes a massive stink, draws loads of attention, and then we reveal the already made,
Yep.
updated version that looks way better.
uh,
It was so quick, that transfer from,
Yeah.
oh my god, this looks garbage, to we've completely redone it across the entire movie.
oh, I don't. I feel like that might be too genius, though.
I know where you're coming from, but marketing groups are like some
Yeah.
of them occasionally do pull off some of these genius ones.
I mean, they do.
There's a lot of misses.
At least for the second movie, they did have some quite clever people in the marketing, because they made a poster around the time that Matrix Resurrections was coming out, and because it's got Sonic and Knuckles in it, they just made a poster that was red quill or blue quill.
You see what I mean? It's like I honestly think that they had one of the slightly more esoteric marketing agencies doing their stuff for them for Sonic that was able to somehow convince someone that this was actually a trick worth trying to throw.
I feel like
Probably after they'd done an initial sort of interest test and found out that the interest in the movie was quite low, and that's how they sold it
Yeah.
through.
and you look at the marketing around movies like Deadpool as examples of proof that these weird things really can work if they're done well. That people engage with stuff that gets put out there like that.
Oh, why have I forgotten his name? South African dude that played Guy in Guardians of the Galaxy. Because that particular one where it was just him and Deadpool sitting on a couch. It's just like, there's some clever stuff
Oh,
going on.
New
with that.
Zealander.
Yeah, a New Zealander, wasn't he? Yeah.
That's Taika Waititi, the
That's the
director
guy.
of Thor Ragnarok. Plays Korg.
Yeah, Korg. Fucking legend. For some reason, I got him switched up with the guy that's always in Blomkamp's movies.
Oh. It's not coming to me, but I know who you're talking about.
Who I should know because he's in all of Blomkamp's movies, but I can't remember his name.
Yeah, Bionic Eye and Bionic Leg. The 10 Parkers. Not too difficult.
That's pretty easy.
It is pretty easy if we had, our old crafters here.
Farrell could still manage it, to be
Well, we
honest.
might find 10 Parkers in the Ancient Danger.
Farrell's not terrible at crafting, he's still 8.
Yeah.
Yeah, the guy from District 9 that also ends up in all of Blomkamp's movies.
Man Hunting Pack of panthers.
Oh,
That's a lot of panthers.
yeah,
There's only
that's
8. Still a lot of panthers, but it could
that's
be
enough
worse.
to be a problem, isn't it?
Anyone
Yeah.
outside?
Good luck, tigers.
Especially,
Turrets.
especially since we don't have the turret line in our kill box.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're going to need to stay inside for a little. Sholto Copley. I've never heard that name before.
That's the sort of name that would stick.
Yeah,
I mean,
kind of impressive.
yeah, that's the dude.
It's the dude. It's just impressive that I've not heard his name somehow.
And he did such a good job at District 9 as well.
Yeah,
All right, we
yeah. District 9 is a great movie.
Yeah, District 9 was a good movie.
Yep. One of those movies that's a little difficult to watch at times. You're like, yeah, okay. It's a bit close to the bone. Somewhat real.
Stuff like that, though, is what sci-fi and fantasy is a great way to explore and illustrate in forms of art like cinema.
I mean, it's kind of the perfect counterpoint to this idea that you need somebody that's like you to sympathize with. Like, kids need a child character or they won't understand the story. Like, the most sympathetic characters in that movie are these weird alien things that eat cat food.
No doubt. And without a doubt, if you watch that and then don't end up on their side, then there's maybe something wrong with you.
Oh, they're so hungry.
Yeah. Chase them with your mouse cursors, that'll fix it.
We need if only we had a big laser pointer, we could solve this problem.
We could identify exactly where they are. Thing is, we've had a big laser pointer, it worked quite well.
Yeah, that's true.
I
Just
thought you were
in
meaning
fact,
like
it
using
almost
the laser
exactly
pointer, like
that's-
getting a cat to chase it up the wall.
Oh, well, I
Well,
think that's
yeah.
what he meant, and I was just thinking, well, we do have one. It just happens to come with an orbital laser attached to it. And District 9 and Chappie are both great movies, Tibura. I think Chappie's Blomkamp as well, isn't it?
Yep. And
Somehow you can kind of
Elysium,
tell his... Yeah, Elysium's him too.
And he did the Halo shorts around when Halo 3 came out, which were better than the current TV show that they spent millions of dollars an episode on.
Somehow, though, that seems to be almost a given these days. I don't know how that is, but like, if someone said to you, all right, there's 2 series in production. One of them's a small indie thing making something relatively contained based on this IP, and one of them's having millions of dollars invested into it by one of the major players. You know which one you're going to watch.
Yeah.
And it isn't the one being made by Amazon. Or whoever.
It's kind of one
Starting
of
to
those.
mirror the gaming industry almost.
Yeah. It's that perfect example of restriction breeds creativity. So not having access to all these things makes people actually more creative about how they tell a story and focus more on the story because they don't have these other distractions.
Yeah, to some extent, I guess. Then you got ridiculous stuff like Chaffee, where, as far as I'm aware, the entire movie was mocapped, and then they abandoned all of the mocap footage and did it all by hand anyway. Because it turns out recording mocap, but with like handheld shaky cams, essentially, which is how all of Bombcap stuff tends to be filmed, doesn't work very well. You know, in a live location, like it was all filmed in live environments, just with a guy with bobbles on his suit for all intents and purposes, and yeah, that was completely unuseful.
Although at least having the person there gives eye lines, really good eye lines for the other actors.
Yeah. Yeah, you've got something to bounce off of at the very least. But yeah, I think the original plan for that movie was they'd mocapped the entire thing and then just completely abandoned all of the mocap footage and went through and had to do it all by hand.
I'm surprised at this point that Blomkamp's shaky cam isn't done in post. So they've got still footage that they can work off and then do the shaky.
There's something about doing it in camera and the parallax it creates that I think is hard to recreate.
Yeah. Uh-oh. The Jaguars are on the move.
Oh, they've run into the turret line. This could be bad.
Could be bad for our turrets.
Because those turrets are crap.
Should we help the turrets?
No, I think it's dealt with itself.
Oh boy. What? Okay, why is a mini turret? Why is a mini turret more effective against the Panther when it explodes when it's firing?
Because Tynan got really fed up with us building turret walls. So he made them really, really, really rubbish. But still explode with full force so that if you happen to have pawns next to them, they get creamed.
Do you
There
think
are some
Tynan regrets putting turrets in at all?
There are some people that suspect that Tynan may have gone a little too far with his I don't want you to do X approach. It's quite so how many mods there are now that turn off or recreate or rebalance things like, no, I just want good guns again, thanks. Or I just want good turrets again, thanks. Or I don't want to be raided by bugs constantly, thanks.
I think it's quite natural in a game like Rimworld that's intended to make you feel part of a story, to get attached to the characters in the story and want to be able to protect them. So removing our ability to do that, it makes sense that a lot of people would be trying to then reverse that change so they can make their characters in their story have a chance at survival without having to put them into harm's way regularly. It's kind of like, if I modify the rules before I start playing the game, that's more fun to me than if I have to do a reload because my favorite crafter just died. I guess a lot of people just want to change the rules at the outset. Which I totally get. Part of the reason I bought Kenshi last night was that I've kind of gotten...
Yeah, that should be the right place for a turret.
I've kind of gotten bored of my ideology save. Because I've reached that point where Cass is just constantly throwing stuff at me and I'm like, I don't want to deal with this.
Yeah, we got. I love this sort of sudden realization of the stuff that people use as benchmarks. It's like, yeah, but Gollum in Lord of the Rings was animated like this, and I'm like, yeah, okay. Remember, Lord of the Rings was released in 2001. It is 21 years old.
Oh man!
Planet of the Apes, 2004 through to 2007. Also ancient. This was early days of Circus demonstrating how you could do a mix of mocap and animation as a reference point. It's not how it's done anymore.
I can still
It also
remember...
blows my mind how much mocap stuff is just Andy Serkis doing all of it. It's just like, and who did the mocap? Oh, it's Andy Serkis. Oh, and there's mocap involved. I wonder who might have done that. Oh, look at that. It's Andy Serkis. Who's he being this time? Oh, he's a dog. No, he's an ape. No, he's a small creature.
No, he's a real big ape.
Well, I mean, you build yourself a niche, you run with it, I guess.
Well, yeah, then they killed off his character in the Marvel films, even though he was like one of my favorite characters in the series.
Yeah, well, I have a feeling Marvel are going to regret that pretty soon.
Yeah, something like that, Laws.
Oh dear.
Exactly.
We'll see how it goes, but there is a certain element of, well, if you kill off a large portion of your characters consistently, now what?
Oh boy.
I don't think there's going to be any turrets left at the end of this. Oh god, you useless things. Please just hit something. Oh well, those two are dead at least. Nope, that one even survived.
No,
Oh,
I got
there
you.
we go.
Delightful.
There are 2 remaining up.
Oh, there's more coming.
I love the idea was Andy Serkis in Marvel movies. It was one of the few times you actually see Andy Serkis.
People don't recognize him unless he's got a CG character plastered over his face.
Alright, they're all downed.
Oh. Can we even afford to replace him?
Yeah, we've got components,
Oh, just.
I think.
If you're forgetting, he was the vibranium dealer in Age of Ultron. Was when he was first introduced, if I remember right.
Ulysses Claw, yes. And he didn't even get a good death. He just got, like,
Nope.
sucker punch shot in Black Panther. Completely wasted as a, like, being the one dude who, like, knows what's actually going on in Wakanda, who's on the outside.
Has a vague... That's not part of Wakanda, yeah. It's like, surely that guy's actually kind of helpful. We're talking about Andy Serkis.
Oh, one
Rebecca.
sec. I'm hearing my dog chew something.
Oh, it's not squeaking anymore, so it's probably not good. Yeah, Serkis managed to be one of those impressive guys that seems to be quite under the radar for how much stuff he's in. And in doing so, manages to escape all the stupid drama that normally surrounds people like that. Oh, time to rebuild some turrets, I guess.
Yep.
Because we still kind of need them.
Yeah.
Not the nation of Senra.
No.
They might send more tribesmen at us. Terrifying.
Now we got a heat wave.
That is a definite sign that Cass is like, okay, we need to be gentle with them at the moment. It's like
so?
heat waves and cold snaps, and yeah. Yeah, pretty much. I need to be right back, just quickly. I forgot to feed the cat when I went live. Back in a second.
Oh. Oh.
Vengeful child.
Oh.
Oh, I guess we just accept.
Where does she exist on the map or not yet?
I don't think so.
Oh, I think we wait for wasted on this one. I think we will accept though. Yeah, Panthers all dead. Reminds wasted he forgot to feed the cat. I can't remember what Vengeful Child does, but it doesn't sound great.
Wasted leaves the room and he finds out his cats have blown up all his gun turrets.
Yep. Or we can change Temporavi back to Lady Avazan and return her control to Wasted, and Capac can have Naomi.
Yep.
Do you have an amusing name for your new temporary recruit?
Who haven't we done yet?
Well, as I suggested last time, you can pick some of the bots that we played with in Wrong Way Up.
Yeah.
Would you like some names?
Have we had a Pav yet?
We have not.
Right. Guess we'll just wait for the cats to eat.
Yep, Pavette.
Oh boy.
What? This person's nickname is now Lady Avazan. Her title is Banished.
It's a good title.
Yeah, Pendragon, I'll have to try out shock lances. I've never toyed with those sorts of weapons. Although, I did buy Kenshi, so I'm probably going to be distracted by that for a bit. In what time I play solo things. So Capac, I was thinking if things go very, very pear-shaped today, it'll be a great day for some EDF.
Aha.
Oh wait, we got 24 hours for this thing to accept or decline. So we can pause just before it gets there, or if Wasted gets back before.
I am back.
Fine. Ah, we have a wanderer joining, named
Do we?
Naomi, who is a vengeful child. Do we accept? We thought we probably would, so Capac would have his own pawn.
I mean, Capac's originally owned Abby, so I have no issues in that respect. But, yeah, I mean, at this point, I think we can probably do with it.
Did Capac
Accept.
originally have Avi?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, there was a swap.
Oh, yeah.
Alright. Incapable of caring. Nimble brawler.
Oh, that's perfect
Ooh.
pawn for you, Capac.
That's actually pretty good.
Yeah, she's not
for
bad.
melee combat.
Be interesting to see what her adulthood gets to if she survives a year. Yeah, she can be a good hauler type person.
Right, she takes up the honorary plasteel mace.
You might want to set her priorities up, Capac.
Yep.
Since she probably doesn't want to be doing construction, hunting, etc. Melee hunters aren't really a thing in Rimworld.
Yeah, she's got a passion for handling and hunting. I guess I could.
She could do some
Do a
handling
bit
because
of
then,
animal handling.
yeah, share that load, but then maybe prioritize the hauling and cleaning because we do need a lot of hauling to be done at the moment. Oh yeah, and we did sell off both our shield belts. Whoops.
What? What?
My only excuse
you were
throws
just- you
someone
were
else into the
waiting.
fire, so I'm not going to make it.
You were waiting for my character to die so you could sell off all his stuff.
Wait, are you still wearing yours?
I don't know.
Can we...
I didn't bury me, so I can't be held accountable.
Hang on, do we unbury you?
It will be tainted, don't forget.
The shield belt?
Yeah.
Oh.
We can make shield belts now, can't we?
Probably.
Possibly.
Fabrication bench. Might need some research.
No. We do not have the tech yet.
Oh.
Well, it's 1,000. It's very easy to get.
Sounds like we might be getting it then.
There you go. I've switched.
Oh, who's desynced?
Creating a join point. That must have been Capac.
Yep.
I live.
Back.
What the hell? Not how it works.
It's those AMD processors getting out of sync with the Intel ones.
Yeah. As now been passed on with from chat. Yes, if all things go pear-shaped, I'll be down for a DF.
Yeah, I figured you would be.
I've got a new keyboard to try as well. So,
Yeah, so it all came together in the end?
Yeah, man. Took a little while, like, mostly my own reservations. Not reservations, just being timid and a little cautious as I'm putting it together to begin with, and not, wanting to make too many mistakes, but got to the flow of things. Okay, it did still take like 8 hours to build it, but it is also unlike any keyboard I've ever used before, so worth it in the end.
After that stream of, this might have even been a couple of months ago now that I popped in on you and you were talking about keyboards, and I was like, at some point I'm going to have to bite the bullet and try one of these ergonomic mechanical keyboards. Trouble is they've all got really weird layouts.
This isn't ergonomic by any means.
No, but I've gotten used to ergonomic ones because I've been using them for about
Well, these guys do
10 years now.
the same people that do this one. Are you using a split layout?
Yeah.
Like Microsoft style? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. These guys do a literal like Microsoft style split layout replacement essentially.
They do.
Yeah.
What were they called again?
ABD fans.
KBD. Oh, I think I had a look at that when you were streaming that, and it was like, holy crap, that's expensive. When I looked, let me have a look. Oh, yeah. So The group buy has ended for it. $462. And there are 91 people on the waiting list for it.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Is that US dollars?
Yeah.
If I sort of put a perspective around that, I joined the waiting list for a keyboard yesterday. With about 96 people in it. That waiting list came up today.
Oh, right. So the waiting list may not actually be that long to come.
I think it's more. They need enough people to group buy it to get a sufficient discount when they're ordering them.
Yeah.
So you hit a threshold like 100 people, and then it's like, okay, now we've got a minimum order amount. Bingo.
Yeah.
Price-wise, that sounds about right, unfortunately.
Yeah, I know. I remembered it being expensive. And I'd also then have to get myself a numpad.
Oh, the numpads aren't too bad. The pad that is part of the kit that I have.
I do like the wood rest though. Looks nice.
Is $80. I mean, $80. I'm not gonna lie, is not exactly cheap for a numpad. Oh no, only $90 for the brass plate.
Yeah, I mean, you did make a good point when we were talking about it that other day, was that, you know, we spend a lot of time at our keyboards. We spend a lot of time using them, and my current cheapo keyboard is dying.
I would go through them really fast, even if I didn't have a habit of spilling liquid on them, which I'm slowly getting out of. Kind of need to, because these are so pricey that, like, all right, that's a habit I need to not have anymore.
But yes, for my chat, I've just got the keyboard that I'm looking at on screen. Ooh, but I want to do white or black. Probably black. It does look nice in the white against the wood, though.
My argument against white was that the same argument about how much we use it kind of comes back into the deal.
Yeah.
Oh.
Like, do you want to spend that long looking after it?
Oh, slave
ship. That could be handy.
They
Is
are
the
known
silver...
as the never mold lubricants.
Oof.
They are a slave ship.
Okay, I'm going to trade.
Yeah.
We've got 1,300 silver, so they might be able to buy someone. Is it possible one of the people could be one of our missing people?
Yeah, it's always possible.
I mean, I guess so, yeah. Let's have a look. I mean, you never know.
I'm guessing if they get kidnapped, they just get thrown into a pool of... They could
of stuff
potentially
out there,
show
yeah.
up in...
Oh, they're expensive.
Yeah.
Oh, we can sell off our... We may need to sell off some stuff we don't want to sell. Is there anyone we want, though? Super immune body modder masochist. With 15 mining, 12 medical, and a burning passion for both.
No, we want 0.
Wait, are we seeing different people?
Maker, sorry.
Maker doesn't seem good.
Why not?
Neurotic bloodlust.
Yeah, but look at what neurotic does. Wasted's neurotic.
Yeah, but a higher mental break threshold with 4 times as likely to start a social fight seems like a poor combination.
Yeah, but at the same time, gets to rush from hurting people, which means in combat, actually gets a mood benefit, and is never getting the mood negative of seeing blood or death.
Yeah, but he's useless in combat.
Ah, that can be changed. However, 14 crafting is something that might be quite...
Yeah.
These they are very expensive.
The other option is to go for... honestly, I think the top guy is the weakest choice. Otherwise, we'd be better going off for main crew, hardworking cook and crafting and medical. 16 cooking and hardworking is global work speed again, but without the negative.
Either way, we can't afford it unless we sell something that we actually want to keep.
I would sell some rotamy. Yeah. I would.
So I guess we're going maker.
It's up to you. Do we want to get a hardworking cook that'll just cover that side of things, or are we going to want to get someone that's like the benefit of the fast learner is that like if we want to get them good at shooting, they'll get good at shooting. Just send them hunting useless animals, and they'll be good at shooting in no time.
Yeah, just pick one. They're going to be dead when we open the secret thing anyway.
Yeah, I suppose there is the argument we're about to open the shooting thing, but main crew can't shoot at all, and neither can... Yeah, none of them can shoot,
None of them,
so yeah,
none
get
of them
Maker.
good shooting.
Get Maker. At least Maker will learn to shoot quickly.
Alright, Capac, what are you going to name Maker?
I don't know. Guess I'll...
The other option being that we don't do that and we buy their full supply of Luciferium and accept our fate, but go out swinging like never before.
I don't know that I'm ready for that. Did I put too much of an idea of EDF in your head, Wasted?
No, I don't know. I'm just saying. I spotted the 34 Luciferium there. I was like, oh, well, that's 34 Luciferium. That's a nasty, nasty bunch of pawns.
Alrighty.
Hey, at least Maker came pretty quick.
That's true.
With a beard and hair.
I've got a suggested name for you, Capac.
Oh, yeah? Sure.
I was tempted to go Sean Bean, but I decided I'd stick with the wrong way up bots. And also Jax is in chat.
I think the other side you can't underestimate about a custom keyboard like this is the noise. I'm hitting keys in the background, and I bet you can
Just barely
hear them.
Yeah.
In comparison, here's me on the old keyboard. And, yeah, even though that's another foot away, I bet you that's coming through
About the same.
quite a lot louder. About the same? Okay, fair enough.
Oh, maybe a little bit louder, but yeah, pretty similar. I think part of that might be TeamSpeak's noise cancellation effects.
Okay, let me try the space bar.
Pitch difference, but I'd say volume's pretty similar. But considering the other one's further away and probably off axis.
Yeah, oh, actually, that's a good point. One of them's actually behind. I'd never even thought about the fact that that one, by being where it is behind the mic.
Yeah.
That won't be helping.
Capac, did you just number one priority everything for Jax?
Yeah. No, I gave him 2 on research, all and clean.
Oy. Yeah, Jax, you're number one.
Oh, everyone's getting the heat stroke.
Oh yeah, we've still got the heat wave. Well, our turrets are built. Still got to remove all that cover.
A bit of future advice. There's no point turning coolers and heaters off, really, unless you're really starved for power. Because you'll forget to turn them back on again, which is why the entire base is 50 degrees. And when they're at the desired temperature, they don't use much power anyway. We also only have one. The entire internals of the base.
Yep.
Yes, those are intentionally doubled up.
Don't have enough components for that many.
We can make some components then.
Yeah, we can now. By which I mean Jax can make them.
And that's because we had to rebuild all our turrets. Because they suck.
Capac, you might want to drop Jax's construction priority to lower than the crafting.
Anything's constructed though.
Yeah, but we need the components to construct them, so he needs to spend some time making components, which is a smithing skill.
But he's not constructing anything that needs components.
They're coolers that we need so we're not sleeping in 50-degree heat.
What are you talking about?
We need components for the coolers, right?
Yeah.
Jex is the crafter who can make components at the thingo bench. So if Jex stops constructing and spends time on the bench so other people do the constructing, then we'll get the components so we can make the coolers so we stop frying at night.
What do you think he's constructing?
Just reduce his priority from 1 to 2, and he'll prioritize making the components first.
Who gets to keep the dog? I'm just wondering. I feel like that it's coming. Who gets to keep the dog in all this?
I don't want no dogs.
Well, there we go. At least that one will be easy.
Remember, Wasted, I've had 25 and a bit years of this.
Don't worry. If I'm with my brother, it's exactly the same. Not gonna stop me giving you crap for it, though.
No, I totally, that's totally fair. But yeah,
I know Dragon Soul. It's scary. It's fine. They might stop soon.
Oh, you should have seen how awkward Capac was around my dog when he met her.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I struggle with dogs for the most part, so I can kind of get that.
I don't know, Capac just struggles with animals.
Doesn't help that I'm allergic to them, but
Yep, I know that feeling.
that's kind of why I like cats. You see, it's just like kind of optional engagement with a cat.
I started becoming mildly allergic to cat when I last had one. And my sister's cat.
It's the sort of, relationship where if occasionally you can just nod at each other across the street, you don't feel the need to walk over and have a conversation. Just like, oh, all right, cat, see you doing well. And cat's like, yeah, I'm doing well. And you just move on. Whereas the dogs, they stop. You want to know what you've been up to? Where you got any plans this weekend? Did you change your phone number?
I can see where you're coming from. I do quite like that I can train my dog to do the things that I've started training her to do.
So, if it's so important that we make components, then why is the machining table set to make flak helmets?
Because you make them at the fabrication bench, which is set to make components.
There you go.
And if you pause the
Rimworld's
other
like
ones-
internal priority for which bench they go to first is kind of whack.
Yeah, it's annoying
Although
that you
if I-
can't set that the same way you can do
Well, you
stock
can to
parts.
some extent because I'm pretty sure the machining bench is actually smithy.
Ah. Why do I get the feeling Splitsy has taught Charlie to pee in Capac's shoes? Oh, nice on Nuki World. I would not do that. Also, we didn't have a dog when Capac and I were still housemates.
I am not dumb enough to leave my shoes anywhere around when there's a dog about. If anyone's peeing in my shoes, it's going to be while they're on my feet.
Might want to drop tailoring as well. Crafting's the one for...
Yeah, apparently.
Fine, we're just having a rundown of Jexam's skills. He's getting a feel for the colony.
Yeah.
Working out where he wants to be.
Hey, what was his thing? Oh, right. He's the neurotic bloodlust fella.
Well, at
As
the
a
moment, he's got a flat plus 15 from being freed from slavery.
As a child, he was a power-mad scholar.
That flies, to be honest. Can buy that.
Yeah, the freed from slavery lasts quite a while, doesn't it?
Yeah, I feel like it's one of those ones a bit like the happily nude. Just like kind of strong for what it is.
It does make sense, though, that you would be ecstatic that you've just been freed from slavery. Not super ecstatic that you've been brought into some of the colonies that I've freed slaves into, but still pretty happy about
Don't
it.
expect Kenshi to do that for you.
Well, if
You manage to
Splitsy
get out
had
of
his
slavery,
way-
you'll probably be in bad way.
If Splitsy had his way, he'd be buying people to do medical experiments on, so I wouldn't be real happy about that either.
What? No.
Yeah, you would never do anything like that.
No, you do that to your enemies, not to your freed slaves. That's what enemies are for. What is Capac building?
I'm looking at the big flat screen TV, but
Ah.
it takes way too many components.
Yeah. We can move the tube TV in there, though. The one that's in the dining room. Are we going to do the trade with Joel quest to get the shield belt? Bionic stuff?
I thought we were going to open the thing, but
Well, yeah.
apparently people are suddenly gaining confidence again.
No, I still want to open the thing. It's just that quest expires in 22 hours and we can accept it and do it after the opening of the thing.
And I guess we're pretty much set up to pop this thing open.
Free from slavery will hopefully last a lifetime, but with Capac that might not be that long. It's true.
What's the best gun to give somebody with no shooting skills?
LMG. Spray and pray. Hey, I'm not taking responsibility for how long it's taken us to get into this thing. That's all Cass's fault.
Just blame Cassandra.
Always.
Easy as that. That's what they all say. Like, oh, it's Cassandra's fault.
Oh, fine. I'll just blame Capac. You twisted my arm.
Is that an easier target? I feel like that's an easier target. I don't... No, that doesn't count.
You know, the Galvatrons had a really cool song called Cassandra.
Who on earth are the Galvatrons? I don't think I want to. I think I have a feeling I know the answer, but please, Capac, fill me in.
It's a band from Melbourne.
And style of music?
Style of music is very heavily influenced by things like the 80s Transformers.
You see, I had a feeling that was going to come in somewhere. I was just wondering where exactly.
How did you guess?
I don't know. Some kind of prescience, I guess.
If it wouldn't cause copyright issues, I'd show everyone. But instead, you'll have to look it up on YouTube.
So what else do we want to do before we do this?
Just prayers, maybe? I don't know. You got any gods?
Nah.
Well, then... That's not going to be of much use, is it? Probably a bit late at this point. I got one last thing I would like to do.
Yes.
And it's weird, so bear with me.
Oh.
Yep, pretty weird so far.
Is that going to be a secondary cracking the box?
Possibly. It's going to be a thing for many things.
Ooh,
I plan
to
open
things for many things.
Yeah, well, who doesn't, to be honest? Let's consider it the multi-knife. The Swiss Army knife of rooms. I'm going to put Farrell in there. Farrell will be the one to open the door. Farrell is also armed with hand grenades.
Oh.
The plan is Farrell could potentially go through either direction, depending on how things go. But he's going to open the hole and retreat down there with the hand grenades, and then should the opportunity become ripe, the hand grenades will be deployed.
So basically, you're making a grenade jack-in-the-box.
Correct.
Yep.
I like the description. I'm going to roll with it.
The band that actually dresses up as the 80s Transformers is Cybertronic Spree.
Nice.
And no, the Galvatrons didn't do a cover of Bilbo Baggins.
My nerd creds are going down the toilet here. Capac's got me covered.
You can always rely on Capac to have a really obscure reference to something that is really obscure.
I've seen Dual Core. That's an MC Lars. That's about it. Oh, and I saw Lord Buckethead one time.
Given the ranges we're working at here, is there much reason for having...
Guns.
Oh, wait, never mind.
You need to pay attention to, in this case, armor penetration on the weapons. That's the main one that's going to have a play here of why you might want to pick something, because some of the what appear to be better close-range weapons
considering
aren't
switching
necessarily.
to the heavy SMG.
I think the heavy SMG is pretty damn good, to be honest.
Armor penetration is 18%.
18% is pretty high for a rapid-fire weapon. Like, that's higher than the LMG, for example.
And the bolt action rifle armor penetration is 13%. So yeah, I might
Yeah, so
switch.
that's pretty high. I think the only thing that's going to be higher than that's got to be the sniper rifle the Wasted's using, which is 38.
Yeah. Yeah, I figured getting Moldark into a rapid fire rifle might also be relatively useful too, because he's a pretty good shot at 17.67.
Speaking of which, one final other change.
Oh, he's a better shot than you, Wasted.
Yeah, Wasted spent too much time doing stuff that isn't shooting. Unfortunately,
yeah,
I've tried to maintain his shooting, but he spent so much time like running around researching and doing other stuff, they lose their skills.
Yeah.
That's why I occasionally send him out hunting, is to try and maintain it a bit.
I thought that was why.
Oh yeah, he's down below 16 now. Damn.
Yes, Laws, you're there for obscure too, but Capac is obscure mixed with obtuse.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Sure you don't. Oh, have either of you... Capac, you might have. I'm not sure how Wasted feels about this stuff. I thought I'd seen the Lego Optimus Prime set. I didn't know whether it was an official set or whether it was something else that I'd seen pop up on Twitter.
It is official.
I kind of want it.
It looks really cool. I also want
Who
it.
set a guinea pig to be tamed?
Did I set it to be tamed? Ah,
Yes.
That's why it's not. Okay, that explains a lot about why Wasted's not hunting.
JTF just tamed a guinea pig.
Oops. Wasted, get away. That explains a lot about why Wasted is not hunting guinea pigs, but instead he's cleaning. I was trying to figure that out at that point. Well, we now have a guinea pig. Congratulations, everybody.
Oh, that's amazing.
I am going to... Yeah, I've already done it. Nice.
Yeah.
He dropped below 16. I'm not happy with that.
Oh. We were out of limestone blocks, so the wall was not going to get built.
Oh, yeah, the limestone's real low.
What is Jackson busy making? Ah, good, a flak helmet. So Jax will have a helmet as well, which is nice. Name it Boo. I think I already got it slaughtered, yes. No miniature giant space hamster for us. What? What you doing, Wasted?
Rebuilding it with a material we have in greater availability.
I did it with granite. We had plenty.
We got 155 granite. We got 1,000 sandstone.
Yeah.
Doesn't need to be that strong.
Sandstone for days.
Every time I see that shotgun down the bottom, I'm like, oh, shot. No, wait, it's the biocoded one.
There is a pump shotgun in the
No,
storage.
just like thinking of stuff that's out and about.
Oh, almost filled up the wood storage.
Yeah, we've probably
Almost got 10,000 wood.
Yeah. There were a lot of trees in that spot. In fact, some have even started regrowing.
All right. Are we going to crack this baby open?
I guess.
I'm just going to try and get these sandstone blocks that might give them cover moved. We've just got Moldark grabbing them all. Now we just got to clear the trees out and we're good. Damn, missed the mosquito.
The Marauder Camp. Robert Nugfur Krondorfer. Prime Councillor of Hadlakin League has sent us a message. Pirates based in a nearby camp have been raiding their caravans. Controlled by mortar lineup. He's asking us to destroy the camp. It's guarded by 8 pirates. For 66 goodwill and camp loot.
Doesn't seem likely that we're going to do that.
It would put us positive with the Hadlakin.
I'm mostly okay. I think with camp loot.
You think we've got enough camp loot already?
I think we do, actually. Burp, burp.
Oh boy.
Seriously?
Yep.
We were just about to go. You suck, Cass.
So...
4 lancers, 3 pikemen.
All ranged.
Well, it's only affecting Avi and Pav, I think.
Yeah, but we need to destroy it.
Yeah, we can I'll pop this open first.
Then while everyone's injured, those 2 are going nuts.
We're never going to open this thing.
I get that, but that's just because if both of you say you want to open it instead of killing the psychic ship, I'll roll with it. But my vote is deal with the thing.
Well, they are all ranged, so we can do the creep up on them and dump EMP grenades on them thing.
Yeah. It's true.
Yes, Avi, you did hear a math rock. The math rocks were thrown. And they fell.
And what did they say?
They said Capac.
Yeah?
That's what the math rock said. Math rock said Capac.
So what do you want to do, Capac? I think is what Wasted's saying.
Math rock says Wasted's opinion falls on Capac's side.
Alright, well, I guess we wait for the fire to go out and then we go EMP them.
Oh, so I can... Okay, Capac's going with the... Cool. All right.
Do we want to pull them into one of those lovely little ambushes? Because it doesn't have to be inside our walls. There's a little corner here, for example.
Yep.
Or we could use this one down here.
Yeah,
Just
I
need
like
to be
that
in the
plan.
sort of distance that a sniper rifle can aggro them, and then we pull them around and EMPs for days.
Yep. So I'm guessing that Jex gets EMP grenades because has shooting of 0.01.
Kando and I've been using Farrell with grenades because his shooting's all right, but I actually don't think that's necessarily a bad thing.
No, I figured I usually, like, when I had someone who's really, really bad, I gave them EMP and then gave someone who was okay, so you at least have some of them vaguely landing where you want. All right.
Alright, we'll grab some EMPs.
I'll grab J-Tab and Moldark.
Right, who's running EMP?
Sounds like Jackson Farrell.
Okay, that's fine. Long as we're only running 2. Any more than that, and I think we won't have the firepower, you know. Need a bit of the DACA too.
You do need a bit of, you do need the double down on the things as well, annoyingly.
Yeah, I'd say at least 2 EMPs, but honestly, you need any more than that, and it's going to be a waste because they'll just immune.
We've only got 7. Are we going to do it now or in the morning?
Looking at people's moods morning.
Yeah. Right. We need to wait till the... well, I guess if we're doing it at range, we don't need to worry about the fire so much.
No, it might even catch them when they're woken up. I don't know if it's just because they're asleep that they're immune.
But you said they were immune to the orbital laser, so...
Yeah.
They are. It may be that they're just flat immune to fire. I don't know. I hate mechs, man. That's what it comes down to.
Do you think they'd run to the kill box if someone could run away from them fast enough?
They have a tethering thing where they want to go back. I don't think so.
Yeah. Because they try and protect the thing, don't they? Should I keep Moldark with the heavy SMG or should I switch him back to the hunting rifle?
Yes.
I presume armor penetration is still useful here. Oh wait, I got that the wrong way around. I read the wrong thing. I read the melee armor penetration last time. Heavy SMG.
I did think that sounded low.
Yeah, the hunting rifle's heaps better for armor penetration.
Yeah.
The bolt action, sorry. Ostuga, Capac, when he had no pawns, drew all the things around the map. Except for the anglerfish. I drew the anglerfish. Alright, we ready to go? Now that Moldark's eaten, I'm a little bit happier.
Let's move it.
Alright.
I propose this bottom one, while it looks like a better corner, gives us no fallback options.
Yeah.
But this needs to be done fairly quickly because the female members of the party are a bit angry.
Capac, you want to move them into cover?
Oh, why do I have everyone selected?
You ready?
Should I start lobbing grenades?
You can do. Oh, looks like we might get the pikeman. Nope.
I had a feeling I might have to shoot them.
Why? Why are you like this?
I don't know if they want to come through the fire. Blink him! Blink him!
There we go.
I'm not sure if it's going to be enough.
Oh. What about this guy?
No.
Alright, we might have to do it from down the bottom then.
Alright.
I don't think we'll have any choice. Wait. Watch it. Aggroed, aggroed, aggroed.
Oh! Barrel's head just got shot off.
Oh!
Literally.
Oh!
The lance's charge lance shot perforated Farrell's brain, skull, and head into fragments.
Oh, wow. Right. Does not seem like they're coming after us, though.
We could wait out the fire and use this building here as cover.
Oh, oh, they're coming. Nope, no, they're not. Yes, they are.
Oh boy.
No?
Oh, they're aiming at me. Ah!
Come on. Can't spend all day just plinking at them like this. We'll never get it done. You want to take the next shot, Wasted?
I think maybe it's time to research mortars.
don't know what to do.
We retreat and do the ancient danger.
Oh, I see what Wasted's doing. Hey, Wasted, can you hit Yeah.
It says I can. So if I can get that low enough, they'll come for us whether they like it or not. But
Oh, you got one anyway.
or that wasn't even shooting at that either.
This is gonna take a while though.
Yeah, I know, but I don't really see much other choice at this point. These guys are being a bit. This is honestly Tynan's AI changes at their worst.
Ow.
Oh, did somebody get hit?
Like, yeah, Moldark did. Where you can't go out in front of them because they outrange you, and they have way better guns than it's possible for your pawns to get.
Avi is major break risk.
Mm-hmm. We're probably gonna have to send people back, like.
Well,
If they break, they'll run out in front of them and get killed, so.
How's JTAP doing?
Yeah, I'm only doing.
JTAP back.
Right.
Oh!
Ash.
Sorry, Wasted, you on pause when you're ready.
Well, I need to get out of line of sight first, so.
Do we fall back? I think we're getting quite precarious here, and the fire is getting very close.
I guess we can fall back, and Wasted and I can kind of trade Moldark and him carrying the sniper rifle, and I can just keep plinking at it while he heals up, and then we can switch out when Moldark needs a break. We should be able to gradually take it down, because it's down to 79%.
Nope.
Ah! What is...
Have to get those EMP grenades.
Yep.
Well, that was a great success.
Yeah. Yeah.
Also, the freezer is getting real full.
Well, are we going to put Farrell in the freezer?
Not where he currently sits, no.
I don't.
Not unless
think
you want
there's
someone
much
else to
point.
lose a head.
No. I mean, eventually.
I think we should probably make an outdoor mausoleum for people that have no heads.
But apparently missing body parts can be replaced with the Resurrector Serum.
I don't know if I want to bring back anybody sans head.
So Wasted, do you want me to take the sniper rifle with Moldark? Until you are healed?
I don't know, which was Farrell's bedroom? Should we replace his bed with a sarcophagus?
I guess so. I honestly, I don't see a way of dealing with them at the moment.
Well, that's why I was thinking I'd just sit there with Moldark gradually plinking away at the thing.
Yeah, but did you not see that
Yeah, but you're
Wasted was
naked.
sitting there? Yeah, but I don't think that's going to change much, dude. They shot the head off of someone that was wearing the best helmet we have
That's a good point.
in one shot.
It is a good point, but I figured what else can I do?
Open the ancient danger.
We can open the ancient danger, or we can research mortars and just build a ton of mortars.
Fine. Just open the ancient danger and see what happens.
Because approaching them at this point is, with how that AI is behaving, is death, basically.
Yeah, it's frustrating, isn't it?
Whoa, what happened to this building?
There basically are no mods, Dark Sands, so this is vanilla. What building?
It was a building down near the drones.
Yeah, it burned.
But it was like made of steel or something.
Steel burns.
Does?
Yep.
Every time I try to set steel on fire, nothing happens.
You're
It's
not
soot
trying
on
hard
it.
enough. All right, since we're on, what would Capac do? What does Capac want to do?
We're busting. We're busting in.
Okay.
We're gonna get the secret treasure, which will have the special weapon we need to defeat the robots.
When are we busting in?
When Jackson wakes up.
Are you down with this, Wasted?
Yep.
Cool. What I think you guys need to do is invent the wheel, build a cart, prop my body on it with a bunch of grenades on a timer, and give it a good shove towards the enemy. I'll take him with me.
I already talked about putting wheels on the sarcophagi. Alright. Everybody's up? Oh wait, we're waiting for Wasted to feel better.
That's probably going to take most of the day. Oh.
Town Councilman Cole is the
Pav's-
father of
Pav's
Pav.
dad. Well, Pav
Biffy
is
and
not
Miss
happy.
B. Uh-oh. They're not headed in a great direction.
No, I think Pav's about to break. Because Pav's dad's about to die. Is this something we can take advantage of?
Probably not.
Don't
Okay.
think so.
I think they're just going to get wrecked real fast.
Oh,
They've got a
here they
knife
go.
and a pistol.
Miss B's not even fighting back.
This piece
got a
probably
knife.
incapable of violence. No.
He's
An
tending
idiot.
to himself.
Missing a little hand at the moment.
Yep, Pav's so gonna break. Low psychic drone minus 12. My father Cole died minus 8. Colonist died minus 3. My friend Cole died minus 3.
Yeah. That will break. Then get catharsis. Then we'll be good.
So, cracking the thing in the morning, is that what we're doing?
Well,
Yeah, we're just
see if
waiting
we
for
might-
Wasted to get up. But just quit lazing about.
Said shooting, I was wondering what it was.
Apparently he had the urge.
The urge to kill.
Yeah, that tortoise looked at him funny. Says something about his mother, I think.
Yeah, I heard that tortoise saying things about your fashion sense.
What fashion sense? I don't wear any clothes.
Exactly. That's what the tortoise had a problem with.
Disrespecting my freedom, I think. There's a Rimworld card. Ain't no police here. Do what I like. I want to shoot a turkey at night. I'll shoot a turkey at night. In the nude. Not only that, I'll feel good about it.
Apparently so.
Burning passion for shooting a turkey at night in the nude.
Oh,
Or a boar.
Jackson, you're going to need a different weapon. Alright, let's go pop this casket.
Alright. I'm letting Moldark eat first, though. Okay. Who's going to be the grenadier now that Farrell's dead?
Well, we don't know that... Oh, right. Oh, boy.
Alright, time to be quick. Ready?
Yep.
Oh, where's Wasted going?
To a better spot for a sniper.
Oof.
A robot?
Yeah. And then the crypto
That's
sleeps.
not too bad. And then the sleeps.
Pain stopper. Luciferium and a psychic soothe pulsar. Oh, that's right. We got the psychic soothe pulsers. Oh,
Uh-oh.
Pavan her corpse obsession. Are we going to pop these caskets?
As long as you're aware that they may need medical attention when they come out.
Yep.
Pain stopper. A brain
should Wasted be
implant.
nearby then? Did you just pop the thing?
Mm-hmm. I think we need it. Strange feeling plus 15.
Okay. Are you bringing Wasted over?
Yeah, can do.
Do you want us inside the room or outside the room?
Inside.
Could these guys be hostile?
Possibly.
Okay.
Most likely unconscious, but yeah. Normally the ones that aren't unconscious pop open when you open the place. So...
Ah. Okay.
Oh.
We have Donado we need to deal with. Hard-working psychopath.
Going into melee.
Yuna is bleeding out in 7 hours. Four Eyes is bleeding out in 8 hours.
Alright, so we got enough time to kill Donado, but Avi needs to not throw any grenades.
Avi's already going in for melee.
Cool. Should I bring... Alright.
Everyone else is already shooting
Okay.
So don't interrupt anybody.
Yep. When you're ready, wasted.
Oh, Heavy took a friendly fire.
Okay.
Just a bruise for Avi.
Do you want me to go for Four Eyes and you can go for O'Connell?
Well, how long we got? 7 hours and 7 hours. We should be able to get them back to med for that.
You want me to rescue then?
Yeah, that's rescue.
Well, that went.
And we also need to burn the Lucy ASAP.
Yeah. We also need to deal with that psychic drone ship.
Yeah, well, and I'm not entirely sure how we're going to do that. But
No, I don't know either. Unpause, I guess?
yep, go for it.
Okay, we install the pain stopper in somebody, and we just have them run at the robot ship and wail on it until they die.
Are these ancient soldiers? What are these? What's likely to happen with these ancient soldiers?
Ancient soldier of ancients.
They may join us.
Oh, they've left. I mean, one of them's vomiting, but I'm sure she's going to leave immediately after.
Connell has 5 hours. As does Four Eyes. Oh, that's the wrong one.
There we go. We saved them both. Maybe one of these two will join. It'd be kind of nice if one of them did. They're both okay.
Did those other guys
Like a
leave
steadfast
already?
neurotic is just amazing.
Very, yeah, steadfast neurotic is like self-cancelling negative, basically.
Yeah, you only get the positive of the global work speed bonus. And a hardworking psychopath.
Hard worker is basically it without the negative already.
Yeah.
And psychopath isn't a bad one. The only issue with that person is the lack of things they can do, but that's a researcher if I saw one.
Yep, researcher and constructor, because burning passion for both.
Right. Mortars in progress.
Now the question is, do we want to arrest them and ensure they join? Or do we want to...
Well, now that the others have left, we could. Couldn't we? I'm down with that. Apparently Wasted's already on it.
Wait, what's happening?
We're arresting them so that we turn them into prisoners so then we can recruit them.
Because it's a random chance if they join us.
Right.
So we may not get them at all. You know, they might just get up and go.
But we want them because they're both good. Our good Wasted's already on moving the turrets. Someone is.
Europe.
Moldark and Wasted are our best wardens at the moment.
After that.
Yeah, that might be an issue. that might actually be a problem. Oh, at least when we get Yuna, she's pretty good social-wise. We will have to replace Yuna's heart at some point, though. Because she old. By Rimworld standards. Oh. Or not. She already recruited.
That was easy.
Oh.
Who's getting who of these two? Which one would you prefer, Wasted, of the two?
I don't know, haven't we? What's our numbers at the moment?
Capac's got 2 pawns, I've got 2 pawns, you've got 2 pawns. So it's back to you and I getting the next 2.
Well, Wasted probably wants Yuna because of all the animal skill.
Right, I'll take Yuna.
I'm down with Bloodlust.
Yep, sure. I'll take the Steadfast Neurotic.
I'll take the Bloodlusty 21-year-old 4 Eyes.
What's the name I'm gonna give? Oh. O'Connell's already broken.
Not a massive surprise, I gotta be honest.
No.
And the Lucy is burnt.
Nice. There you go. Gradually going through all the bots from wrong way up.
Congratulations, Graz. You are a 59-year-old herb world entrepreneur.
Who has a burning passion for animals. She could be a decent researcher.
Ooh, a war merchant.
Oh, they're actually approaching. Oh, that's going to be amusing if they exit off the side of the map. Because they're a war merchant, they might actually be reasonably... Oh, no, they're not equipped well at all.
Well, it's Moldark or Wasted is our new merchant dealer.
Yep. I was hoping that Graz might come back. Oh, yeah. Thanks, Jex.
Look, you can't just add "at" onto the end of everything.
Well, I think with Grozob it kind of works. Da, da, da. All right. Do we have any? Do we want to sell off any of these guns?
Yeah, probably. Any of the bows
Not exactly
you can
using
get rid
them.
of. Spears and knives.
I mean specifically the guns. I've already done all of the basic weapons.
Like most of it, to be honest. Like a large portion of that is just trash.
Should I get rid of the shotguns? Or is there a particular situation where shotguns are useful?
No, not really. I mean, there are, but that's not really the right shotgun.
So I was going to keep the LMG, keep the other bolt actions, and the heavy SMG. Otherwise, sell pretty much everything else. Unless I'm missing something.
Yeah, sure.
Does he may as well buy components and
No, that's
advanced
selling.
components? Oh. Oh,
Yeah, there's
doesn't
nothing.
look like he's got much we actually want.
No, I can't see anything. All right, cool. I reckon if they do start heading off toward the bots on their way out, we should probably follow them. There's enough of them, we'll get enough distraction, we might get rid of the ship in time. Unless there's strong disagreement.
Now that they're awake, will the animals attack them if we do the psychic animal pulse?
I don't think the animals attack them at all.
Now, let's see these guys leave. If you look at research progress, that's mortars.
Yep.
Could we do
And
a
if we get
second
the
bench?
if we get the ship to 50%, then they'll attack us.
Yep.
Can we do a
So I think
second
that-
research bench to get the research done faster?
We could, but I don't think that's the idea. I think what we want to be doing now is making mortar shells to go for the mortar, so we're ready to go as soon as the mortar's up.
Can we build them already?
Yes.
Can we?
Pretty damn sure.
EMP
Machine bench.
shell?
Yep.
I don't see... I can only see EMP shells. And fire
There's EMP
foam
shells and fire foam shells.
Well, we just want EMP, don't we? For now?
Not for
No,
the
'cause we wanna blow 'em
mortars,
up.
no.
Although I guess if
Don't we
we
want to
can...
mortar it with EMP and then shoot it? Shoot them?
I think we'd need quite a few mortars to stun lock them with the EMPs.
The mortars shoot way too slowly for that.
Okay. So we want to do damage with it.
I think so, yeah. It's just to get them to approach us more than anything
I
else.
think we got the EMP shells from researching EMP. So the
Yeah,
other
we must
shells
have
we'll
got
get
them
from
from
this
something else.
research.
Yeah, high explosive and incendiary from this research.
Ah, fair enough. Unfortunately, you could build a cheap research bench. I think this is still under the cheap, free, nice. Yes, it is. So we could put together a quick, simple research bench, and it would work.
Ah, dear.
Do we want to use
Just
another
thought this is
psychic
good.
soothe pulsar?
No, chill for now. This is people getting annoyed because Colin's dead, not anything else. They'll come back. Plus, yeah, they'll pick up some catharsis from breaking like this. Most of it's non-destructive. It's minor breaks. You save the pulsar for when we actually go for the combat time, so that people are a little more together during it.
Do you have spare steel? Suggestion, build pod, pack with wood, send to nearest high-tech potential ally, request trading, and buy components.
The pods require components.
Yeah.
Uh,
And so does the launcher.
Yeah.
do you know how many components the mortars need?
I do not. Sorry.
It doesn't say in the info for them.
I will be back in a second, guys. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. Filling up my water bottle. And these psychic drone ships suck. Ah!
What? Did that just say prisoners are more likely to break out when they're numerous and healthy?
Why can't I recruit? Oh, right, because Moldok's broken. Where's your clubby person?
That
Is that
would
still
be
yours?
Pavlova. Yep. Alright, I'm on my way.
I think should we wait for wasted for this one? Probably. Especially if it goes badly.
Well, I know you got a doctor, don't you?
Yeah, J-Type's a pretty good doctor.
Because the only bad that's gonna happen is that
You
one or both
destroy
of us will
several
be
of
injured.
Four Eyes' limbs.
Yeah, well, that's what you get for trying to escape.
Excuse me, sir. Could I perhaps interest you in a war? A minor border skirmish, perhaps? Or maybe an annexation? Civil Wars, half off. Well played, Demonwax. That would be a war merchant. Solution to the classic prisoner dilemma. Hit him with a giant carrot.
I like the pun of the Civil War being half off as well.
Yeah, I like that. That's why I read it out loud. As soon as I saw that, I was like, yeah, I gotta read this one. That's a good one.
Ah!
What are you...
They're frustrating, just waiting.
Yeah, because you've had to wait for both me and Wasted at this point, haven't you?
Yep.
I wonder when I've felt like that before.
Never.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, prison break. Nice.
Yep. Annoyingly, the
Beat
person...
with fists.
Yeah. Pav is heading over with stick.
The plasteel mace of sedation.
Of skull bashing. Understood.
Alright. You ready?
Yep. Go, go, go.
We didn't want to destroy your prisoner while you weren't here.
Oh, you're so kind.
Yeah. I thought so. Well, that worked.
All right, lunchtime.
Wasted, do you need some tending?
No, I don't think so. I have a bruise.
Okay.
A bruised ego.
I'm a naked man who just went and wrestled the prisoner down. I'm not sure how bruised my ego is, actually.
Grosette is actually quite happy
I
now.
think there's a certain amount of confidence necessary to be able to run around as a man wearing only a tin helmet, carrying a sniper rifle.
It doesn't sound like a professional way for a prison warden to behave.
Hey, we never said it was professional.
I mean, it would have made Shawshank Redemption into a very different movie.
Look, you just said if I was struggling with a bashed ego, and I feel no. I think he feels good at the moment. People got to watch.
Yes, and forever will it be burned in their memories. There we go. Double research. Jeez, it takes longer to make the armchair than it took to build
Than it took to make the
research
bench. Yes.
Well, it's a delicate armchair.
Although, to be fair, one is a table and one is an armchair.
Yeah, with upholstery.
Yeah, it's just a regular chair with a bit of leather thrown over the top. It's not that difficult.
Pretty sure it's cloth.
Whatever. Same principle.
That's still not as easy as a table.
Look, you just get a staple gun. Click, clack, you're done. Let's power up to hauling medicine into storage. Fair enough.
Huh. I just realized something. Wasted. Hold still for a second.
Of course, now that we've got 2 research benches, both of our researchers are asleep.
So, can you see my mouse doing things at the moment? Yep. I just realized that it could also... It's not necessarily that we're highlighting something in the world. It could be something from our menus.
Yep, it could be something from the menus, or, I'm not sure if you've noticed, but if your camera's not in the same position, you could be highlighting somewhere that's somewhere else on someone else's screen.
Yeah. Especially if the zoom is different.
Yeah, it's a pretty unreliable way of working out what people are up to. You get to see mice cursors, like, moving around. Mices.
It is kind of cool. I do like that.
There's a mice. Look. Click it.
One of the weirdest sort of
Oh, boy.
Team Hospital where you splat plugs?
One of the weirdest sort of multiplayer things that I've ever done with Capac were the games where we did Steam screen sharing. So we actually shared a mouse cursor.
Mm-hmm.
It's like
No, thank you.
properly battling over who's moving the mouse where. Thanks, Nextrin.
Oh, there we go. Wasted's chewing through that research now.
When he gets a chance to actually sit on it, yeah. He spent enough time at that base doing nothing but research and trying to hold his crap together.
Oh no, we missed Skunk's Shack of Fortune.
Is that Shaq's new game show?
I don't know, there's... Could be all sorts in Skunk's Shack of Fortune.
That would be Shaq's Skunk of Fortune. We got a beautiful aurora. At these latitudes,
Aww.
localized entirely in the kitchen. Oh, Moldark's doing some wardening. Offered a chance to find common ground about fun. Talked about her diet, her eating habits, and her hygiene, and then asked her to join. No wonder he's not got very good
Fantastic.
social. The flu? Oh boy, everybody's got the flu.
Except Wasted doesn't, so at least we got one doctor who doesn't. Also, I did not change Grosette's medicines.
Apparently wasted had some of that on him. That was convenient.
Also, no one's medicines have been changed. None of our new pawns. And we've had 3 today. Oh. I think Grosette might need to have better medicine next time. Or actually, she might be about to die. Tend quality 70% and the immunity is not going up faster.
I'll be alright.
Wait, for what? The flu?
Yeah. I think because she's also suffering from the gunshot, it reduces her ability to heal.
Yep.
It'll probably catch up.
J-Terp's iffy as well, but just barely ahead. No. Grosette, don't go.
What medicine is she on? Is she on the good stuff?
She got a fairly good herbal medicine tend. I've put her up to industrial stuff for next time.
Did we use up all the Glitter World medicine?
Possibly, because we've done a fair few operations. We tend to save it for that.
Whoa!
What do we do about Four Eyes going berserk?
Arrest her again. Oh, it's that psychic drone.
Hmm.
We could arrest her with the fisticuffs, cut her legs off, and leave her until the drone's gone.
Can
and
we
then
put
them
her in
back
the
on?
crypto sleep casket?
Oh.
I don't think you can put a prisoner in one, no. We could potentially put Abby in there if Abby continues to be this much of a problem.
Yeah, the only reason Grosette isn't at the moment is because she's currently got Catharsis.
Yeah.
Which has another 1.6 days on it.
Well,
So you're gonna go chop Four Eyes' legs off.
Maybe. I don't know. We need to go and beat her up first.
Yep.
With the fists.
Yep.
who's going to deal with Four Eyes?
Waste is coming, but he's a little way away.
Because Four Eyes is going for Jexam, so I might run Jexam away.
Well, Moldark's coming. I'm leaving J-Terp.
Alright, I'm running
Rosetta.
Jexam.
Then Pavlo. Hang on a second. How's Pav?
I'm still a bit injured, but she should be
Pav's,
alright
Pav's
to get up
13
and help.
immunity, 9 mind flu. It's just because Pav's the actual brawler.
Yeah.
Alright.
Okay.
I'm moving Jexam and Pav both down to this corridor down here.
Okay.
Looks like he can head back up, Capac.
Ready to
Yeah,
take the
looks
shot.
like it.
Should we break through the door and... Like, should we just open the door and
Nah, let her break it open.
She'll
Let
feel
her
better
better.
after she punches
You
the
want her to
steel
come
door
out the room. No, Kitty on the desk is not time now.
15, 4.
Hello.
We can put 4 eyes in the crypto sleep casket.
Then do it. For now, I guess.
Better than chopping her legs off.
Yeah,
Oh, actually, no, she's going into one of the other ones. We can put all the ladies in crypto sleep caskets.
What? Wait, Lady Abby's already... What? Abby's already in this one?
Oh.
Yeah. Why not?
Okay.
It's easy to get them back out again. It stops them from going nuts.
So I should get Pav in one as well?
Potentially.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Get
They
in the
can't
box,
take
Pav.
all
Get
the
in
while
the
they're
box.
in there. All the while they're in there. I don't think they take the drone. No, they don't.
So I put Grazette in there once her catharsis wears off.
Maybe. I mean, we do still need to deal with the incoming rubbish. There's a timing game now, but it might help with the flu. And I don't think Abby had flu, so...
Her flu is it's still tight. Yeah, I forgot we had these extra caskets.
I mean, it's
Handy.
not the best place to have them.
No, but it's something. You can't move the caskets, annoyingly. Once they're built, they're there. I'm assuming it was wasted who put the door on it.
No, I did.
No.
That was
Sorry.
lucky, Capac.
If I'm a little distracted this evening, the cat has been quarantined for a week because it was suffering a little. Had one of the cones of shame on and couldn't go near the other cats, so I had to keep him because they were just winding each other up.
Yeah.
Had to keep him away. He's been let out for the first time in a week, and he's scared of going anywhere else, aren't you? You don't want to go downstairs.
So you've got a constant distraction.
He keeps coming and hassling me and meowing at me, and then if I get up, he'll be like, "All right, take me downstairs, please. Take me downstairs." I'm taking you downstairs, idiot. Get to bed.
So your cat's crossed the street and is now hugging you and grabbing your leg and not letting go. Instead of just nodding and walking on.
He's gone to hide under a chair now, actually, because I told him to go to bed.
Should we break down the crypto sleep caskets we're not going to use?
We can't. I mean, we
Wait,
can
we
make.
can't move.
How many more are there, and how many colonists do we have? 7. And we've
I
got
don't think
7.
put
that's
everyone
the
to
answer,
sleep.
Cap.
Yep.
Damn it.
So if things go horribly wrong, we can all just hide in the caskets.
We can be the ancient danger for some future colony.
Well, you know, there
Yeah.
is a vanilla expanded starting scenario where you are the ancient danger.
Oh, that's cool.
Like, to be honest, I might suggest we try that one. You can modify the scenario slightly because it's that would be one where if we get out of this one, because that would be one where it makes sense for everyone to start with one starting colonist.
Yep.
Because as part of the ancient danger, you're kind of superhuman dudes.
True.
Everyone has their own special powers, and they can be pretty random.
I kind of wish it showed something on the horns up the top to indicate that
Weston,
they're
can
in
you
cryogenic suspension.
Treat J-Tap.
Yep. Yeah, it'll be alright.
How's Grazette doing? Just barely ahead on the tend, on the immunity. She got a bad tend on the last tend.
So you're gonna do what you can with her over the next day and then put her in cryo, I guess?
Yep.
Well, what we probably, as dumb as this sounds, is before we actually trigger these guys, we get everything set up for the mortars. And then before we trigger them, we get the 3 ladies out, let them break somewhere safe. Like maybe literally put them each into a zone where they're restricted to one of these prisons, lock the door, put them in there so at the very least, that's all the damage they do.
Yep.
And yeah, they might end up wandering out, but it helps. And then at the end of that, we let them break so they've all got catharsis so we can have everybody. Can you be tended yet? Sorry, I just want to make sure I get Grazette ASAP.
Two hours to go.
Research is ticking up. We're not getting components super fast.
I mean, at least they're getting made.
Right, okay. Looks like they need 6 components each.
Crypto slave caskets.
We should... no, they're mortars. So we should,
Oh.
You got
if
enough
we're
for
lucky,
one.
have enough components for 2. That'll be a whole component supply.
Okay, so maybe we... Because the ancient crypto sleeps probably have components in them. It's not going to be that much. Two will be enough to do the job, to be honest. It's not like they're there to do damage. They're there to wake them up. Oh, hello.
What?
Well, Doc. What's he doing over there?
Arrgh. I'm gonna go rescue him.
Hang on.
Oh, you're gonna go down the bottom.
Let Wasted do it.
You're gonna let Wasted do it? Okay.
Yeah, let Wasted do it. He's faster.
Wasted naked rescue number 7.
Well, Moldark needs a new arm. Destroyed. Oh no, that's old.
That's old.
You need a new arm for ages ago.
No, the new one is the mangled scar to his brain.
Yeah, that doesn't sound good.
Delightful.
Ugh, needles in the brain.
Oh,
does
Wasted,
not
you
sound
control
pleasant.
the pause on this one.
Okay.
Arrgh!
What was he even doing over there?
Probably going to bury one of those bodies. Alright.
Oh. Oh, that was close.
Ugh. I've set everyone to stay inside the colony because I don't think we've got a zone. I need to set up the...
We need a new colonist safe, yeah.
Hmm.
Just put a bandage on that there mangled scar of yours. Crack to your skull. Lovely. Mm.
I guess that's a bandage, but it looks like Moldark only has one eye. Oh, there we go. I'm working on the 12th component, so that'll be enough for 2 mortars.
Nice. If I remember rightly, the ammo only requires steel, but it might need a little bit of chem fuel, which could be
An issue since we sold it.
problematic. Can't remember.
Might it be worth having one mortar with explosives and one with EMPs?
They shoot really slowly, and they're quite inaccurate.
I thought the plan...
No, probably not then.
But basically, what's going to happen is, because of this stupid tethering they've got to this ship, they're going to stay next to it even if we mortar it until that ship hits 50%. When it hits 50%, they're going to charge us.
And then we've got the kill box.
And then we've got the kill box. But it means that in reality, that EMP is only actually useful during the charge bit, because otherwise they're just hanging around anyway. They're not a threat, and you'll only get like maybe 1 shot off. And someone has to man the mortar as well. They don't fire on their own. So you're losing a dude by having someone in it.
Do you know if the mortar aim is affected by the pawn's aim?
It is, yes.
So you want somebody with pretty high shooting on the mortar then?
For the rounds when it's going in, yeah.
Also, I'm guessing when we launch, we probably want to have people down in the kill box so that they come for us directly rather than randomly attacking walls like they usually do.
It sounds about right, yeah. Well, I'm proposing we put the mortars in the kill box as well, behind our line of turrets. That's not a bad place for them to be in the long run.
I figured we'd probably have the mortars in the middle section here to get wider coverage.
They will hit anywhere on the map.
Oh, okay.
They just have a minimum range, so
Fair enough.
No real concerns in that respect.
I suppose if they're in the kill box, the people are already in the kill box for when anything comes in there. The people who are manning them.
Yep.
Yeah, by the time they're approaching the kill box, you want to abandon the mortars anyway.
JTEP's 47 and 56. Grazette is 43 and 49. Yeah, not too bad.
Yeah, they're both looking alright. I'm keeping an eye.
Oh, more drone.
Oh,
yeah,
okay. I think I'm going to put Grazette in a casket.
We need to...
Yeah, she doesn't have the catharsis anymore, so she's going to drop like a rock.
Do I need to sort the flu before she goes in? She's 51% to 44% with a tend quality of 100 at the moment.
I think the crypto sleep just basically pauses them in where they are. So if we want them for the fight, then they have to stay out and get over it. If we don't want them for the fight, then into the casket.
Okay.
Just take into account that you need someone alive to open a casket, I think. Like you can't just open it yourself. So
she is a 2 shooting and 1 melee. So she may not be particularly useful anyway.
Well, her mood is dropping like a rock.
Yeah.
We're also fighting mechanoids, so grenades. Carries an EMP.
Oh yeah. Alright, I'll let her break again.
Why is she eating raw food?
Because no one's cooking.
Because Lady Aberson was the chef. Oh. What the?
Why did you leave?
Because it popped up the save box just as I was trying to click on a pawn, and it has a quit button on it. And normally that save box appears for such a short length of time you can't click on it, but it just so happened to perfectly line up.
You back?
I am downloading. Ironically, the bandwidth is affected worse than the ping. Of cross-continental like we are, I've noticed. If I do bandwidth tests to somewhere in Australia, like, my ping obviously jumps up about 200, 250. But my available bandwidth will drop to like 5% of what it was.
Huh.
And that's even on the servers. Admittedly, that's not server to server like we've talked about doing, and we still need to try at some point. But I still need to work out how to do the VPN thing. Anyway, I'm back in.
Cool.
You good? Press the button. Mortars is almost done.
Yay! Weapons.
Machining bench and bill. High explosive shell. Do until you have
What do we want to make them out of? Plasteel?
plenty. That's not how it works. Oh, those ones? No, just steel. Sorry, I thought you were talking about the shells. I was like, no, you can't make shells out of plasteel. That's a terrible idea. Why would you do that?
They require chem fuel.
I'm already making the biorefueling
Sweet.
thingy-jobby, and we have wood for days. So
Oh, it's too bad we didn't get that machine that always makes the chem fuel.
Geez, you really are right about the upload bandwidth being smashed.
It absolutely walks all over it. It's just like, okay.
Yeah, like I just did a test to a random London server, and I get 5 megabits per second upload to it.
Oh, that biofuel used up 3 of our components.
It did, yes.
Whereas
have enough for one
we can't
mortar.
make rounds without it, so I figured it was a necessary evil.
I thought we had some chem fuel in storage.
We
did,
sold it in
buy
order
the
to get
prisoner.
Oh.
the prisoners that
To get
then rebelled us.
Oh, gold!
How to tell that Cass is really starting to go like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it.
Yeah, so speed test to server in Sydney while streaming, 24 megabits per second upload, and stream test to London, 5 megabits per second upload. So
And you'd think the distance wouldn't matter for bandwidth. You'd think it would just be ping related, but no.
Oh, we need reinforced barrels.
No, we don't. That's fine.
Oh no!
Well, that's a good outcome from somebody in the hospital with an SMG.
Help!
EDF.
Help!
Cup. Right.
Capac.
Wake up, Mulder. I don't. What?
Jax.
Jax!
Yep. Yep. Okay. The guy has got .01 shooting.
Not shooting, melee! Why is Jax opening the crypto casket?
I don't know.
Because I said to let Avi out, because...
Oh. Right.
Right.
Moldar
well,
can't move, he's unconscious.
I'm going in to do a bash, so...
Let's do it. JTub's got this. She's weak and evil.
He does have higher melee.
Well, not only that, but Grisette's like actually quite beaten up. Also, back up!
Oh!
Or not.
No, J-Tab's got this.
A bruise caused JTub to die.
Oh! This day! What is with this? Oh!
Oh, well, she'll kill the rest of us now.
God.
But literally, it's like, Last event, J-Dub smashed Crozet in the torso, leaving a disgusting wound. Crozet tried to slam J-Dub, but missed. J-Dub tried to bash Crozet, but missed. J-Dub slammed J-Dub in the torso. A bruise caused J-Dub to die.
I mean, she's wearing a flak vest, a flak jacket, and flak pants. She's a pretty tough cookie.
Yeah, but a bruise?
It was a real bad bruise.
Kidding me.
It was all like purple and green.
All right, let's see how the rest of this thing plays out.
Oh, now she's feeling depressed.
She's got a permanent crack to her spine now, too.
Yeah, I've noticed. Moldok's just pointing out that's the second time we've lost a pawn to a bruise in this game, which is not a wound that's supposed to be fatal. As in, you're not supposed to be able to die from a bruise.
Interesting.
How do you make reinforced barrels?
Can't remember who it was. I think it might even have been Canna. I reckon if we open up and check last events of the life, the bruise will be the last thing that...
Someone want to put J-Tap in the freezer?
There's no space.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah, there's an empty
okay.
sarcophagus. There was Kanajashi's, but then somebody put Kanajashi in the wrong sarcophagus when Pavlova went nuts and pulled him out. I feel like it should be in here, but I don't see it anyway.
Right, we need to fix this spiral.
What? Wasted's going the wrong way.
Yeah, that's because people build new graves and then don't set their thing.
Sorry.
Allow colonist corpses off. Done. Now I'm going to drop the corpse. And do it again.
Ugh. This has been possibly the slowest spiral I've ever been part of in Rimworld.
Ain't no spiral yet. We don't do spirals here.
Okay. This is the slowest, gradually narrowing circle.
Reinforced barrels can be acquired from visitors, combat supplies, and faction bases from Outlander factions. They cost 400 to 700 silver. They cannot be crafted. So we can't make any mortars.
Fantastic.
Right. So we are going to have to go attack the thing.
I'm going to recommend Wave Assault.
Hang on a second.
I nominate Splitsy to be the first wave.
Splutsy's already kidnapped.
What? Oh boy.
Okay. Moldok can't do anything right now.
Well, they're not going to be friendly for long.
It was a final trick. Look.
Oh,
What
there's
can
a
I
lot
say?
of them though.
Yeah, exactly.
Whoa, I don't think we need this on high speed, but I think they're going to win. Huh, it's almost like we should have done that before.
Yeah, maybe we should have done that first.
Well, remember, this began because previously tried and tested tactics did not function.
True. I guess we go over and destroy the thing.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm doing it. I'll send Wasted. He's
Oh, a bulk goods trader.
barely. I can't see what Jackson's mood is. He's too bulky.
It's pretty good. It's up on his shoulders.
He fills up the whole box.
Wow. That was amazing.
What the?
All right, time for some more fun. Ah, we're all good.
Yep. I don't even see a mad animal.
Move Jex right next to the thing, and he'll have a guaranteed hit chance. They're in, like, if they're in the square next door, they'll hit, guaranteed.
I mean, you say that.
No, okay. When I say guaranteed, I wasn't taking into account the LMG.
Well, that might be enough components to make the mortars that we can't make.
Sorry, we've got visitors now. They might have something to trade.
Oh, maybe they got a reinforced mortar barrel.
Maybe they've got a reinforced barrel.
Oh, what a debacle.
This has been a day. Oh.
Have we done a trade? Have we sent somebody to trade?
Wasted. A Grazette needs a tend. I'll send her to bed.
Oh, I guess we want to pop everyone now.
Yep.
Oh boy.
Ah. Oh, man. There are so many things to remember when stuff goes wrong, and it's so easy to forget options like, oh, I can just call for help. Oh, I could just do this. Oh, I could just do this. I forget that those things are even an option.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Jax is throwing a party.
It does feel like party time.
I am noticing something. So we started today with 5 pawns. We now have 6. They look very different to the original 5.
We might have 7. Somebody needs to warden 4 eyes.
Yeah, that's Grazette.
They need food pretty badly.
Wait, why are you carrying Grazette to the Cryptosleep casket?
I'm not. Someone else clicked that. I was feeding and tending to.
There is a shack of valuables that has a power claw.
Is he that valuable, though?
It is guarded by 5 pirates, and there may be an unknown threat.
Nope. I don't feel overwhelmed. Too much.
Everything's fine here. What are we talking about?
Look at Grozette's mood.
Yeah.
Yes,
So
Grazette,
very
you
happy.
did witness an ally's death as you killed him.
All right, though, we're getting new
Look,
seats for the TV.
Sometimes to feel better, you have to go on a berserk murderous rampage in a hospital.
Please put Rosette back to bed.
But she's hungry.
I don't care.
Oh, another combat supplier. And Pavlova's Uncle Morton is among them.
She's almost immune to the flu. How's Moldok's brain doing? Oh, someone needs to feed Moldok. Badly. Actually, I don't think Moldok can get better. Or can he? Is Moldok brain dead?
He shouldn't be from that, but
It looks very brain dead.
It says
no,
under
brain 2
consciousness,
out
it
of
says
10
brain 2 out
efficiency.
of 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, Moloch's now brain dead, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we give him the joy wire then.
To be honest, he is vegan. He'd probably be pleased.
Wow.
Sorry, I know it took a little step there to make the connection.
Do we just leave Moldok in the hospital? And
Put him in one of the crypto sleeps,
yeah, put him in the crypto safe, I guess.
I'd say.
And then pop him out when we've got a resurrection serum and top him.
When we've got something that can fix it, there's a few different things that can. Brain injury isn't just resurrection serum, thankfully.
Okay. All right. Pav, do you want to put Moldok in the crypto sleep casket? Capac?
What?
Put Moldok in the crypto sleep casket.
I like that idea, Chrisman.
What's the idea?
Fixes Lucy. You know how we wanted a brain dead person in a crypto sleep casket that we fed Lucy and only brought out when it was time to go rampage? Well, it turns out he was the moderator all along.
Yep, nothing says berserk fury like moderation.
No, but controlled berserk fury. You only let him out of the box when it's needed.
Great, so I'm down to 1 pawn.
Welcome to my world.
I've got less than you now, Capac.
Yeah, but I had 0 before.
Got 1 pawn, and she's the reason I've only got 1 pawn.
Sorry, what?
Oh,
A mad squirrel.
Jack, no, not now.
what?
A solar flare.
Oh. Took me a moment.
What are we researching now?
Advanced fabrication.
Ah.
In the dark.
We don't want to do shields first?
We were
Not
already
really.
working
That's
on
that's one of the reasons why I want
Yeah, we're
Vanilla
probably gonna die
Enhanced for the
anyway.
next time we play through, is because Vanilla Enhanced adds at a higher tech level range shields that aren't as good as the melee ones, but means that you've got at least something that sits in between you and Cass rolling the dice.
Yeah.
You know, something that isn't a dice roll, something that's just a flat. This absorbs X damage.
Yeah, I guess that's one of the things that, like what we were talking about before, part of the frustration with some of the ways that Titan's done it is that it does come down to RNG.
Yeah, he spent a long while trying to counter what he saw as meta tactics, and what, to some extent, that was grabbing onto the only reliable things we had.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean, it was the only things that didn't rely on just rolling the dice and hoping.
It's the only things that weren't XCOM.
XCOM's great and all, but
Yeah,
no
it
offense to
has
XCOM
that
players,
flaw.
but you don't invest into your pawns in quite the same way as you do in a Rimworld game. In that respect, he did a very good job of building a storyteller. He did make it about your pawns.
Absolutely. The squirrel's happy now.
Happy squirrel.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that the mortars require something we have to trade for is a bit of a nail in the coffin as far as my, people's arguments earlier. Well, just mortar them. It's like, uh-huh. Except I can't even craft the thing necessary to mortar them.
Yeah.
Sometimes those things can just show up and you just don't have an answer. And there should be an answer. There should always be an answer,
Yeah, it's really hard not to get frustrated when you feel like all control's been taken out of your hands.
I know why he did it, because the old technique for those mechs used to be you'd send someone with a sniper rifle in, and he'd plink the mech ship itself, or one of the ads that was around with it, and then he'd run. And they'd keep following, and so you could use it to draw the mechs back into a kill box. But I don't think the answer was to tether them back to the mech. I think the answer was to just tie it into the point at which you destroyed the thing, as opposed to having them spawn to defend it.
I'll have them pop out of it.
Have them pop out of it as part of that sort of proposal, or what Vanilla Expanded has done, which is have them drop somewhere else.
I suppose, like, what he could have done is have them chase away, so then you get rid of those ones, but then at 50% they call in new ones that drop. Randomly elsewhere, which puts you under pressure in a more interesting way. It's still somewhat controlled. Or if you wanted to be mean, have them drop on your pawns, like as in within a random area around them.
He kind of does that at times.
Because then your kill box would be negated by because you've drawn all of them back to your kill box. That's where you are when you're destroying the thing, and then they'll land on top of you. There's not really a lot you can do to counter that except for being prepared with making sure you guys are in cover.
There is an argument that your goal isn't to defeat the kill box, it's just to make the player work hard enough for it.
Yeah.
So it's not about, and that's where I think this tethering mechanic falls apart. Is the idea is not to defeat the kill box, but to make sure the player has sufficient risk involved in trying to get in. Just the fact that going out there in order to shoot the ship with the longest range weapon you get in the game, the sniper rifle, makes you immediately vulnerable to two of the mech types. The Lancer and the Pikeman both outrange the sniper rifle. So, intrinsically, you're already risking something. Not only that, but make them fast then, or faster. I think they are pretty fast by default, but...
Or make them have a sort of a rage mode. So when you plink plink them or plink the ship, you really don't have much time to run, so you're probably not going to be able to use your kill box. You're probably going to have to do a makeshift defense, which increases risk.
Yeah, Sunchaser, now you see. You need a trade-only item that burns out after 20 shots. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't like that.
That's what I'm saying. I think at the moment Tynan's gone a little far. He's seen a few too many of the spiffing Brit-esque videos where someone's worked out a particular, like, almost exploit level strategy,
I mean,
and Flinch responded to it.
There is a big danger when you look at videos like that of thinking that that's the way everybody plays.
Yep.
When it's actually that's the way 1% of people play.
Not even 1%. That's the way that 0.1% of people play, and you're watching the video of the 0.0.1% of people that collated everybody else's hacks into a single video. You know what I mean? It's not like he's figuring that stuff out on his own. No, Spiffing's job and approach is 100%. I'm coming at a game. I am going to go and research this game to hell to find all the different tricks and hacks and so on to it. Some of them I'm sure he works out himself, but some of them I don't think he does. Some of them's just quick timing and good Reddit use and so on, good research. And bingo. You've got a video of someone demonstrating that if you really take it to the extreme, there's some flaws. But don't punish the main player base for that, please.
Yeah.
I would feel bad taking 4 eyes at this point.
Fair enough.
I think. I have 2 still. Who is missing someone?
Me. Because Moldok's in a crypto sleep casket.
Yeah, on then.
Alright, who am I going to name this after? There we go.
And I also don't think it helps that it ended up spawning this prevalence of videos that kind of fake difficulty. Because I'm sure you've seen ice sheet survival videos.
Oh, yeah.
In Rimworld. Thing about ice sheet survival, it's so cold and you're so isolated, you almost never get raided. And when you do get raided, it's by almost nothing. The bits that make Rimworld dangerous these days don't really exist in ice sheet survival in the same way.
It's funny.
It has an early game difficulty of getting set up and getting your food going and whatever that's really brutal. And you've got to know exactly what to do. But it's like a speed run. All you got to know is exactly what to do because you can pre-plan all of that.
Turns out
and
I accidentally did that
RNG
with my
bits.
Survival Impossible.
Yep.
It was an accident. I wasn't supposed to be in an area where they had difficulty spawning. But yeah, I've done the exact same thing. And the difficulty is at the beginning, and then after that you're like, I don't really get attacked much here.
I'm actually pretty chill. No, it's also pretty similar in my Agorist. It's like where I currently sit. No, this is friendly territory. I can just chill until I'm ready to go beat people up. And hey, if I'm given infinite resources, I've currently got, what was it? It's 1.5 million kilograms of unrefined nickel in one of the bases. It's just like, I'm at infinite resource point.
Yep.
Which means I've already won. It's just a matter of time.
Yep.
But at this point, what do I want to do? I want to drop lotuses on all the bases. Like, pick something.
Yeah.
But those
the
kind of
icy
challenges
ends up being super chill because just nothing really kicks off there. Once you're set up, you're set up.
those kind of challenges can be really entertaining for like regular viewers, regular players who don't do that kind of stuff. To like watch some of the sort of extreme, like hardcore challenges. And,
But I feel like some of it's a little disingenuous, and I think the people that are playing those challenges must know that.
oh yeah, they definitely know that you have to sort of ramp it up in certain situations to make it seem more exciting than it actually is. But that's like, I mean, that's what you got to do with almost all content, really. Got to find some way to make the boring stuff a bit more interesting.
I'm just saying that adds to this whole idea that you know, it feels like Rimworld's ended up in this knee-jerk reaction point where the high difficulty levels are getting to the extent where they're only really possible with any regularity outside of like luck and specific scenarios that may at times be made to look harder than they are, and that might not help. You know, if you're from a developer point of view, watching all these people doing these ice shelf survivals and doing really well, and you're thinking, oh my god, that's not allowed. Ramp it up, without realizing necessarily that actually ice shelf means that they're getting 1/4 or less of the raids that anyone else would normally get. You know, it all compounds in on itself on this idea that we've got to crank the difficulty until even a pretty experienced player will survive maybe 1 times out of 20 once they start turning the difficulty up without adding mods that actually favor them.
Laws in my chat just made a fair point. If Rimworld is a story generator, then Tynan is the DM. The role of the DM is to never destroy the players. It's to make the story happen.
Yeah, and I'm with you,
And
Laws.
I feel like he's just like some of the stuff that you're bringing up, which I wasn't aware of because I'm just
far that direction.
Oh, there we go.
Sorry, Space. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I was just agreeing. Like a lot of this stuff is just stuff I'm totally unaware of. Because I haven't gotten to that sort of point. But yeah, I think
I mean, Bob says that the response should be to increase the number of Manhunter packs on ice sheets. The problem is, if he's watching, you know, Ambiguous Amphibian or one of the other guys that's big in Rimworld play on their ice sheet playthroughs, they've got the entire place walled off. A Manhunter pack is so little threat, it's kind of ridiculous. They just ignore them.
Yeah,
I think the attitude that's probably best for a lot of the player base would be to be like, wow, cool, that's kind of impressive that you managed to pull that off.
It's kind of like in Dungeons and Dragons, if you tried to tailor the rules towards the tiny fraction of people that are min-maxing the hell out of their
min-maxing it, yeah.
It's like, well, most people aren't doing that, so they're not in these like optimal situations where they're defeating everything all the time. And then,
yeah, do not forget what your optimal player is as well. Like while you're trying to correct for your worst player, the least ideal player, the one that min-maxes for all hell, don't forget that optimal guy that's still sitting there who's decided not to min-max, who's decided he's going to play this like the DM would like, you know, making his own player choices, playing as that character, sometimes making dumbass decisions where he doesn't have the skill points for it, but he's going to do it anyway. Like, don't punish them for that.
Yeah.
And that's what happens if you try to scale up the difficulty from the bottom up to try to catch up with the people that are smashing it at the top. When really, like, making raids at the start of the game harder because somebody at the end of the game has made an insane kill box, you'd probably be better off coming up with a specific option that deals with those specific circumstances that don't kick in until you get to that end game point.
Well, I think he tried that. I do think Titan's in an incredibly difficult position. I mean, we talked about the idea that, you know, when you build yourself and when you research mortars, you unlock the ability for mortar raids to come at you, regardless of how big you are. You know, so he's tried to take some modicums of like response to like, okay, we'll tier this based on where you are. But the problem is he's also created a game that's sufficiently complex that simple judges like that don't work anymore. The same way the whole Cassandra colony wealth thing doesn't work, because it breeds this idea that I'll only ever pick up something that I critically need, because anything else is going to impact me negatively.
And it's, as much as we complain, it is a ridiculous position to be in, to try to balance all these different systems.
Yeah, and not forget that, and not to say that I don't still love Rimworld. It's just, yeah, I think at this point he's gone. As far as the needle is concerned, he's a bit past the mark. Whereas to start with, I think if you look back at the early alphas, and alpha like 7, 8, 9, it was definitely too easy to cheese it at that point. He just needs to now find a more middle ground, because once you also feature in ideology and some of that rubbish on top of, you know, take into account, you know, if we've been dealing with ideology, our guys would have broken long ago.
Yeah.
That spiral would have happened a while back. Okay, so
it's like, how does, like with the rate of change we've had of our pawns, and knowing that sort of random characters coming in are going to have like different ideological.
Oh yeah, well, that's exactly
attitudes.
The issue of ideology. It is the game leans towards this concept that you're constantly going to be changing, in recruiting and introducing new pawns, changing your pawns around, etc. Every last one of them is going to have a different ideology, and you can't convert everyone. But yeah, this is Killbox time, I guess.
Yep.
They're going to beat on the walls a bit, and then...
All right, wake up, Moldark.
They haven't got the Luciferian for him yet.
Oh, one of the turrets is broken.
Now, that'll be fun. This is going LMG style today. It'll be all good.
Finchbow.
I'm just thinking it's also heading more and more into the direction where Rimworld's a game you kind of have to play modded.
So that you can tailor the experience too.
So you can tailor it a bit to something that doesn't frustrate the hell out of you, because the vanilla's getting more and more brutal. But it's ironic that you add mods and it makes it easier. It's not many games that's the intent.
Yeah.
Yeah, you talk about horseshoes.
Oh, Ambrose going for the doors again.
Slothful, volatile undergrounder. Probably not someone we want to recruit. Though Ambercore might be. Kind, super immune, asexual. If we get the chance.
Not really in a position yet, but it'll take him a while to break out the doorway.
Yeah.
Here they come.
Dang it. Stupid SMG's being too short range.
Yeah, eventually with this sort of setup, you end up having like two configurations. You either have you have two loadouts in your little barn. You either have your sniper rifle loadout where everyone gets sniper rifles, or you have one where everyone gets charge rifles.
So what are you doing here, Capac?
I'm attacking Trollo.
The nudist psychopath?
Yeah. Alright.
Huh,
Do you
none
think
of
I should
these
go
three are
for
bad.
Ambroker then?
These three are actually all pretty alright.
Well, let's see who survives the braining. Oh, I'm fighting Trollo.
I think we might start shooting.
Oh, I've been stunned. Trollo is dead.
They're all dead.
Romer is dead.
We beat him to death. Oh,
They're
well.
all dead, Dave.
I had to beat him to death with his own shoe.
Was that a bit of boosh?
No, Wayne's World.
Wayne's World, oh shit. Bet you Boosh has done that as well. You watched any Boosh, Capac? Why do I feel like you'd be a Boosh man?
I've watched a very, very tiny bit.
Okay.
I should watch more.
So, but wasn't put off by the tiny bit, just only watched a little bit.
Yeah. I didn't have ready access to it.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. To be honest.
But Noel Fielding is a very funny fellow.
Yeah, no, that was what I figured, was that you probably would be alongside with a bit of Noel. He is indeed quite amusing. Makes me somewhat miss a little bit of Nevermind the Buzzcocks as well, if I'm honest.
Oh wait, we got this person. Oh, that's right. That's the horrible person. Never mind. Did we end up with someone who's a psychopath?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Fine.
us for playing.
Dang it. Should have taken Blue Jay's heart. Or at least tried.
Wow.
That still winds up everyone else in the colony.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
It's not as bad though, is it?
I mean, not as bad as winding up the guy that actually did it, no. Unsurprisingly, getting told it word of mouth is not as bad as actually being there and doing the deed.
Yeah.
Although you do have to question why exactly everyone in the colony finds out about it. You'd expect that person to be a bit stum.
Well, unless being a psychopath, they're like, why would you care?
Well, but it doesn't have to be a psychopath. That's my point. With the psychopath, sure, it actually makes some sense. It adds up. But
Yep,
do you
I
see
get what
what
you're saying.
what I did last night? Pretty fantastic.
It was really fun. He was screaming through the whole thing.
And took a man's heart, I did.
And that anesthetic stuff is overrated.
No, we do not have an artificial heart that was meant for me. We were going to get it, but I don't know what happened to it. I think we can make bone parts.
I'm glad we're getting the floors done, though.
Gotta love it when Capac's ordering the stuff.
This stockpile now looks fantastic.
I guess Capac didn't want the stockpile of wood to burn.
Who changed my stockpile thing?
Well, the wood is on the left, the chem fuel is on the right.
Yeah, that's how I set it up, but somebody expanded it to get rid of my path to the thing, so it's faster to get to.
You'd gotten rid of more than you needed to for the path.
I think we may have discovered the culprit.
Well, yes, it was me.
Actually, I might move that down here once this wall comes out. Wasted. Do you know the is the like stored chem fuel explosive?
It'll burn, but it's not explosive. No.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
What was your plan?
I was hoping to have a exciting warehouse
fuel
fire
bottle.
at some point.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Wonder if there's a mod for that.
How many times do we get told to scrap the bots? The bots just give us steel. We got plenty of steel.
They also look fantastic in there and amongst the wood. Look at them. Having a great time.
Yep. Every week, several people seem to suggest it. It's like, no, it doesn't give you components anymore.
Oh,
It used to give components, but doesn't anymore.
can't relocate the biofuel refinery.
Nope, it lives there now.
Laws says that their chem fuel has exploded. Oh, well, that could be spicy later. Especially for
Not helpful,
final
Laws.
sped.
Maybe we should make a little passageway through to Final's bedroom so that it funnels the explosion through.
It's not helpful, Laws. Didn't need any more of this.
Had a pyro who wandered into my stockpile. One flame and boom.
Give them ideas.
Dang it, missed.
Bad ideas.
All right, so
So here we are. We survived all the things.
Capac. My intention was to urge caution. It appears to have failed, and I apologize.
You know,
That's life with Capac.
I'm not sure he is actually sorry. I think he's well aware of the consequences of those actions. This is a fake.
Yep, Capac's making IEDs.
Well, I was thinking that before the robots get woken up, that might be another way of dealing with
Put
those kind of
IEDs around
camps.
the robots.
Yeah, put explosive and EMP.
immune to the fire?
Or you mean the robots that wake up when you build something in range of them?
Yeah.
It wouldn't be building, it would be putting things down, but yeah, they are kind of immune to the fires.
Yeah, but that would be the incendiary shells, not the explosive shells.
Yeah,
But I
that'd be
thought
like
we
a
were
grenade.
talking about chem fuel.
No, now we're on to improvised explosive devices versus robots.
Okay, understood. Understood. It seems like you might be off the hook, Laws.
All right. What is our plan now?
I don't even know. Somehow Moldark being in a crypto sleep casket both makes me sad and not as sad. Like, it's annoying that he's showing up on the thing while in the crypto sleep casket, but I'm also glad that he's not dead. Oh, what can we do to fix his brain, by the way?
Well, we've got lots of potatoes in storage.
He's already a vegetable. We don't need to put a potato in his head. Good job, Pavlova. You clean up that concrete kill box.
What's with all these rainbow spots?
I think Wasted might be having some fun with that. Oh. Oh. Oh, I like it. I really like it.
Huh?
I see what's going on there. Nice.
Okay. Right. Oh boy.
Nice.
I'm sure it'll work out fine. No real problem.
I guess we should increase the bill of chem fuel then.
Oh yes, because that'll actually count as being owned. So
Oh, hang
yes,
on. If we go ingredient. Oh no, that's ingredient radius.
yeah, that's adding. Yeah, brain went briefly down the same lines.
Yeah.
I mean, we could make a secondary, like, wood storage up in the base somewhere.
No, not what the thing is.
I thought you were talking about limiting the radius of collection for wood for the biofuel refinery.
No, Waste and I were both thinking about limiting the radius where it counts the chem fuel. Yeah, so for those who didn't notice, Wasted has put down a bunch of randomly placed stockpile zones that are all for chem fuel only within the kill box. So we can potentially have them be shot and have people ignited in our kill box. But we need to make sure that the chem fuel actually gets moved down there. Yes, just like those red barrels in FPSs. I love how quickly Wasted you switched from horror at Capac wanting to do a thing to doing a thing.
You should know me well enough by this point.
Oh, exactly why I said I love it. You should also be aware that there are days where I'm bemoaning him doing something and then I just go do it anyway.
There you go, the first mine is laid.
Oh, that does deteriorate outside. That's annoying.
Oh, but it'll take a very long time.
Yeah.
Since they keep
Deterioration
trying
rate
to-
1 a day, so they're a 50-day explosive.
Yep, that's a long while.
Since they keep trying to bash through the doors here, should we make like a room like here that has like a gun turret in it?
No, because then they'll stop trying to go that way. I think we might just want to, because lols, do something really simple, like whack down some spike traps in that doorway, so when they run up, they just get spike trapped. Like, it doesn't even have to be made out of anything particularly special, I don't think. It's just like, there you go. There's a spike trap. Go run into that.
So which of our pawns is going to lose a leg to it?
Well, we shouldn't go out that way. Unless we absolutely need to. Like, ideally, that's... Given how they're behaving, the sort of place we only go through after they've been through.
Yeah, true.
There isn't a way to tell a stockpile to only hold a certain amount. is
No,
there?
unfortunately not. Not without mods. There are mods that will do that, but no. I wish there was, because that one's going to get completely stacked up first.
Yeah. Do we want to test this and see what happens when we shoot one of these?
Nah.
We'll just wing it then.
Yeah.
We could just place IEDs, but that's boring. Firstly, we don't know how to make them. And secondly, this is more funny. Number 2.
Oh, there's 150 in stockpile 1.
Okay, so we need to
Oh
probably
boy.
increase the amount to... Oh,
We're gonna run out of trees.
I doubt that.
I mean, if our landmines are 150 chem fuel each.
I have a crazy proposal for you guys.
hmm?
Given the state of proceedings, we could prepare the grandest of caravans.
Advanced fabrication.
Oh, yes? What's your thinking on that?
Well, there is an escape route, remember, that involves going to a location and defending it.
Oh, right. You think we should start planning towards...
I wonder if... Because if I'm looking at our research, and we're at the point where, like, basically we research for marine armor, we make ourselves marine armor, and either we stay here and build the ship, or we leave and go and find the ship.
I'm down with leaving and going and finding the ship. And having a grand final stand.
Wait, what did we actually get from advanced fabrication?
Do we want pulse-charged munitions as well?
Pulse weapons are really good, but quite short range.
I thought the charged lance was long range.
Well, long-ish.
Which one's the one that the bots have? The mechs have?
No, you're right, the charged lance is... When did
That's
they add
range.
this as something you could make?
Oh.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
So should we research that next?
I guess so. That and I mean the marine armor's pretty beefy, but
Yeah. So do pulse-charged munitions and then do recon and marine armor after that. And then aim for caravan of caravans and leave the fallen behind.
apparently that's been in for a while. I've been playing modded for too long.
Ooh, we're going to need to have enough adult horses.
Yes, we'll probably need to change our animal slaughtering and
Yeah,
whatnot.
like we can slaughter all the buffalo and just have horses at that point.
I mean, honestly, I'd aim to go with quite a big caravan. A whole bunch of horses and whatnot.
Yeah. Still, it's going to take a while to do
Oh, yeah. This is
15,000 research.
This is a bit of prep.
Yeah.
Hang on. Let Wasted do this one. He's got inspired trading.
We don't really have a lot we want.
What do they got? Psychic Soothe Pulsar?
No, yeah. Arguably we want that, don't we?
Beer!
And plasteel, looks like.
Psychic Shock Lance?
We have 6k in gold, just to put that into perspective.
We're rich!
And that's not including the gold meteorite that dropped outside the front.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we do have 1,000 gold just sitting around.
Yeah, we're going to need that plasteel for when we finish the armor and the munitions, etc.
Yep.
We should also look at who's missing limbs, who we can do bionic stuff for.
Oh, Grozette needs a spine and a heart.
Yeah, it's just like the Wizard of Oz.
And apparently Final's been doing the smoke leaf.
Have you changed finals? Nope.
Nope.
Gotta tell him no, Splizzy.
Yeah, I forgot to stop TFE from doing it.
Thank you, Capac.
She's
That
just
was what was
rambunctious,
missing.
that one.
I know what helps me relax.
Blue and red checkerboard carpet.
Yep.
Being unable to see for the for the gaudiness of the room.
If my entire environment doesn't have that weird shimmery effect of two contrasting colors side by side, then I'm not happy.
Or is this one of these weird situations where you need to be wearing the glasses? Otherwise, everything's in weird 2D. That's your problem, chat. Stick the glasses on. There you go. This room will be in 3D in 2 seconds.
What inspired you to carpet that, Capac?
Make it look nicer.
Boredom.
Yeah. So there's a fine art to how bored you make Capac for streams and recordings. You need to make him just bored enough that he does weird things, but not so bored that they're so weird
That he
that
starts
it's actually
playing
frustrating.
Noita.
Yeah, that. But also, you need to make it hard enough that he has to actually pay some attention, but not so hard that he's fully focused and actually stops doing weird things.
I wish I was good at Noita. It looks so much fun. I suck so badly.
I think Capac wishes I was good at Noita, because he might have tried the multiplayer thing then.
I mean, I wish I was better at Noita. The last session of Noita I did, I was getting completely annihilated.
But was that your
Okay.
chat killing you again?
There was a little bit of that.
Yeah, because the difference there is, like, I turn the chat mod on and I get about 3 inches.
You just gotta, apparently, from what I've watched of Capac's streams, you've just gotta suffer through the period of time where they just want to pummel you, and then eventually enough people will be tired of doing that. that
From
they'll
what
start
I've
doing the
seen from
nice things.
Capac, you just got to move fast enough that most of the crap they're dropping is left behind.
I think
Or subtly be in the shop whenever it happens.
a run of Noita with the chat integration, it eventually reaches a critical mass where the viewers don't want to kill you anymore,
And it becomes about ghosts.
because they want to see like how far you can keep the run going. So there's like a tipping point where it goes from, yeah, we want to kill him and make him start again, to, hey, wait, this has been going a while. We don't want to make him start again. We want to see how far it'll go.
I'm with you. I've seen that happen in Rimworld as well. You have a couple of outliers that are still on the I want to kill you side, but
Oh yeah, do any of the
There
chat
is- there
integration
is-
mods work with multiplayer?
there is a point where it kind of twists. And suddenly chat's like, oh, this is looking interesting. With Rimworld, it's when most of them are already in the colony at that point, and we've got like 40 colonists, and they're like, all right, we don't want to kill it anymore because Wasted's about to collapse. Mentally, that is, rather than...
Yeah, last I looked, none of the Twitch integrations worked with multiplayer, but has that changed?
I don't think so.
Uh-oh. Jackson and Pavlova.
Ah, take some and Pav. How sweet.
What the? Wasted?
Wasted's dealing with Lady Avazan.
Yes.
Are you expecting this plasteel and these limestone blocks to be particularly explosive?
What? Did I miss one of the, There was a lot of them I had to copy and paste settings to. I may have missed one. I was busy timing out Abby. Leave me alone. Where's the other one?
There's the limestone blocks and there's the
Oh, right.
plasteel down here.
I'm also colorblind, so I don't even see that there's a stockpile underneath that. What the hell?
Oh, they're quite hard to pick out from the background.
Yeah, even not colorblind, they're difficult to see. That's an interesting question, Laws. So, a long running caravan, at what point do you have to stop for recreation and other stuff, for mood buffs?
It depends. Mostly it's about food.
Yeah, it doesn't seem that
And the
things deteriorate,
foraging.
does it?
Like they deal with a lot of that stuff that automatically when you're caravanning. Kind of nice. Like, honestly, I think the caravan journey, looking at what we've got to deal with, will be more about what we have to deal with on the far end than what we're dealing with on the journey.
Oh man, look at that rec room.
Fantastic.
It's so hideous. It's amazing. Do you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of the carpet in the pharmacy I worked at in high school.
I'd imagine you need to fade it a bit.
There's a bit more blue.
No, I've had one like this, but like you just need to fade it down so that it's like really good. Well, I think it was probably faded when it was originally bought, but more maroon and
Navy.
like a dark navy. Yeah.
Cold
Still god
snap.
awful. Jexam and Pav.
Yep.
I knew it. I spent so long together in Wrong Way Up. It was meant to be.
So we're going to have to make a lot of packaged survival meals to go as far as we've got to go. I'm just going to do a thing because I'm curious. If we go form caravan, change route. There we go, 25.6 days.
So one each then.
I mean, with the horses, it may well be shorter duration than that.
Oh no, it definitely will be.
But then any raiders we meet along the way might change it up. That'll be a lot of time just staring at the map screen.
One of the things you may or may not have noticed, but fast forward, it stops being fast forward after a certain point in Rimworld, and starts becoming sort of more catch up with normal, because it gets a bit on the laggy side.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't be surprised. Cold Snap's going to kill the blight and all the plants. So yeah. Minus 15.
Problem solved.
Tasty. 21 inside, though, so we got the heat side down, even if we didn't have the cold side down.
What a way to go for those plants. Diseased and then frozen.
So we can study. Learn the enemy. What are you humming at?
I'm just, like... How many hours have we played in this save?
You can see.
Where?
Click the history, go to statistics. It says literally playtime.
2 days, 1 hour. 47 minutes. Damn.
Major threats, 1. Cars Guild, 2.
On this map, I think it is. Except it doesn't say this map, but I feel like there have been 2 that have died on this map. Wait, no, I swear it's more than that.
Well, how many of our pawns have died today?
2.
Because I've had 2 die on this map.
Yeah, that's wrong. That's weird.
Yeah, I think it's multiplayer.
Huh. Oh, Capac didn't do the pretty ground at the back end. Or w4sted didn't. It's usually Capac laying large areas of flooring.
Not me.
We could do pretty floors if we make some, like, bunkers for them to shoot from.
Should we go do a caravan to try and buy a reinforced barrel or 2?
Maybe. I am basically just planning out and intending to sit in for a bit more of a long-term screw approach. Because these guys, not a fan.
But did we get some mortar barrels?
No.
So we're just building them for fun then?
As w4sted just said, he's mapping it out.
Mapping it out, but yeah, I mean, getting some mortar barrels sounds like it would be a pretty decent plan at this point. I am merely concerned about our security situation in the coming few months as we prepare for journey to other side of the world.
Wait a second. I think we may have only had 2 people die on this map. I think a number have died as they've been captured and taken off the map.
Oh, right. There may be people off the map that are deaded.
Because I think it's just Lucas and J-Turp who died on this map. The other
Oh,
five.
I died.
I thought the other 5 caskets came from the other map.
I died on this map.
Oh,
I
you
died
did
in
too.
this corridor.
Oh yeah, so the others, the count is definitely wrong.
And Farrell got his head blown off.
Yep. That happened. I remember that.
Oh, yep. Yep. Where's Farrell's body?
Gone.
Did we bury Farrell in one of these graves? Probably.
I was talking about making a separate mausoleum for headless people, but it never actually happened.
He's probably in a grave somewhere.
Oh, the blight got into the heal route.
Ah, crap.
You know what? I don't think Farrell got buried. I think Farrell got burned.
Maybe.
I think his corpse got burned.
Yeah, so a bit.
I don't know if it's possible mid-game that there's a classic mortar option for the game which lets you use the original ones instead. It doesn't look like you can change the option on the mortars in-game. I might be able to change it in the menu and then load the game and it would change, but I'm not sure.
Eh. Is what it is.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Wasted. Just thought I'd point out the reason the plant cutting isn't happening is 'cause
Yeah, I can
Abby's-
see. I can see.
Abby is our only gardener.
Bionic spine.
Well, will Gruz die or will Gruz get a new spine?
Wait, who needed a heart?
Gruz.
Wait, you can get an eye, an ear, and a tongue, but no nose?
Yep.
How rude.
I can't believe we've streamed 2 days of this. That's insane.
To be fair, given it started in like what, November? It's less impressive when you look at it from that perspective.
Did it start back then?
Yeah, with the first episode or two, yeah. Because remember, we started and then like had this big old break.
Yeah, we did have a big break where we just weren't able to line up the time for it. And at least by mine and Capac standards, we've been doing relatively long streams.
Oh, don't remind me.
Don't remind you about what?
Making me hungry.
God, you're not another shack, are you?
Huh?
Second you mention food, gone.
Even before it gets mentioned.
Yeah, no, sounds like you are.
What the... Who is responsible for this? Why would you put the double wall on that side, the triple wall on that side, rather than on the other side?
Because it's funny. Fine, go on then. You happy now?
Yep.
I don't find when I posted the first VOD on YouTube.
What are you making me research? Oh yeah. Guns that go bang. Understood.
Oh yeah, here's the first one. I think we started Rimworld around late February. Because my first VOD of it that I posted named Rimworld Multiplayer Hard Mode. No wait, Ultra Hard Mode because Capac. I published on the 17th of March, so I probably did that a week or so after it was live. And that was the first one we did, which went for 7.5 hours.
Yep, that sounds about right.
Wasted, have you played much Factorio?
I have never played Factory.
Oh. I'm surprised with how much you enjoyed Satisfactory.
Yeah.
It's a terrible game with lag. Just FYI.
Okay. Good to know.
I tried playing Capac and I tried playing multiplayer with one of our friends from school who lives in the US, and his lag made the combat impossible. And that's, ping of 180.
Okay. Sounds fun.
But yeah, it's just because it was asking
Sold.
Factorio was just asking
Where
my
do
chat, and I was
sign
like,
up, Mr. Splincy?
I was curious, so I just thought I'd ask.
Never before has a game been sold so hard.
Yeah, I know, right?
I don't know about Factorio. I suspect there's a reason I've avoided it. I suspect it'll run into the same problem that I run into with Satisfactory, which is that it's only with a certain amount of inherent chaos that I feel happy with something that's imperfect base-wise.
Yep.
Like, Rimworld has a suitable amount of environmental and otherwise challenges that you're like, I can accept things not being truly efficient.
Yep.
But Satisfactory doesn't allow me that. Satisfactory has always annoyed me because I just get frustrated at the constant rebuilding as you tech up, and the fact that that every last time none of it's quite as you'd want it to be.
Oh my god! I've been puzzling over why I can rebuild so many times in Rimworld, in Space Engineers, in so many games, and yet Satisfactory and Factorio frustrate me no end. And that might be a big part of the reason. Is that
it's because the primary goal in Satisfactory and Factorio is especially Satisfactory, is the factory.
Yeah, and
that's what you're doing. It's the core gameplay mechanic. Then there's not anything there that's enforces on you. This is an excuse for why it might not be perfect.
Yeah. So if it's not perfect, it's frustrating, and so yeah.
So, yeah, I tend to bounce off of Factorio and, bounce off of Satisfactory, and I suspect I'll bounce off of Factorio as well, because I'll feel the constant need to rework. And I don't get any progress because of it. I feel the constant need to rework even the most basic of things as soon as a new tier comes along. And, you know, when I don't, it annoys me. And I'm knowing that I'm building upon a flawed structure, because I haven't reworked what I've already got with the knowledge of what I've just gained. But I don't want to go and rebuild something that I've just gained. You know, there's something I've already built when I've just gained new knowledge. I want to go and look at the new knowledge. And so, yeah, I find the balance between that is just too hard for me. I get really wound up about it.
Yeah.
I also get caught in this awkward quandary where, like, when I'm in single player, I'd love to play co-op because I feel like having the help would be nice. But then when I play co-op, I get frustrated at the fact that there's other people interfering with the design. And so it's potentially even worse than it could be.
Yep.
So, yeah, that's why I bounced off of games like Factorio, Satisfactory. I played it a fair bit, but in the end, I decided that it just wasn't...
That's why I was curious, because I knew you'd played it a fair bit, and I bounced off it really quick. Capac and I played it before release, Satisfactory, and really enjoyed exploring the map. Like, I went weirdly Capac, and that was what I enjoyed doing about it. But as soon as it became about the factory, I was like, I'm out. I'm bored. I'm not having fun.
And I also don't like the idea that I know deep down that somewhere there's a spreadsheet that tells me exactly how to do it. And actually all I need to do is go and find that spreadsheet and follow it, and bingo, done.
Yep.
And the two things bouncing off of each other is like, I'd like to work it out myself, but I don't find the idea of rebuilding things over and over again just to make sure that my spreadsheet numbers math out perfectly as compelling as playing in something where there's more dynamic going on.
Yep.
And be it Rimworld, where the storytellers or whatever else it might be force you into imperfections and the map forces you into imperfections, or Space Engineers, where the very nature of the game forces you into imperfections, and half the game is to try and find solutions that actually shouldn't work but do.
I mean, that's why I think I've been able to play Factorio longer than Satisfactory, because there are more things that force imperfection, like the biters, things you get attacked by, which Satisfactory, at least when I played it, completely lacked. You either went out to
still
find
does.
the fight, or it never came.
Still does. Fights don't come to you.
Yeah.
My longest running playthrough ended when I decided that it was time to take the next stage of efficiency, which was to build a main bus. A building that was designed to have everything relay in and out of it. And I planned it out really well, and I built the whole thing. And then I looked at the perspective of being able of now having to rebuild everything else I had in an efficient factor to feed back into this thing. And I built it really nicely, but it was just like, no, I think I'm done now. Because I have a suspicion that when I've done all of that, I'm going to unlock the next tech level.
Yep.
And I'm going to do it again.
Yep.
And I'm going to take down that main bus, and I'm going to rebuild it, and I'm going to move all those things.
And there's not, like, one of the things that I run into with those games is I see that future much more clearly than I do in other games.
Yes.
So
yeah.
I
No,
see
I can
that
see it coming.
And whereas in Rimworld, I don't see it coming. Even in Civ, where I should see it coming, I still don't. I still get the next turn, next turn, I'll get this, and so I don't see those inevitabilities coming, the way I do in Satisfactory and Factorio.
Mm-hmm. No, for sure.
And so that's why I've stayed away from it. But yeah, that's because I'd seen you play Satisfactory a lot more. It was a bit more interesting.
I'm right in saying that if you whack it up onto higher difficulty with Factorio, at least it doesn't give you the room to mess around quite so hard with perfection, which might be part of the key to that. You know, again,
Yeah.
it's having a reason why things are being shaped the way they are outside of just your own player freedom.
Transport
hello.
pilot.
It's Bowman. No, we don't want Bowman. Oh god, but it's a sanguine night owl. Bowman's really good. Yeah, but it's
I don't know. Bowman can be like Lucas too, because their last name is actually Lucas.
yeah, but it's Bowman.
I know.
Pretty good shooting.
Yeah, I'm capturing already. I just don't like it.
I know. I'm not sure Capac knows why, but I know.
Nah, sanguine night owl with good shooting and some intellectual is not a bad thing by any means.
2001: A Space Odyssey.
What?
Bowman.
Not that one, no.
No. A member of Wasted's community, Bowman Ruto.
Uh-huh.
Extremely talented at saying dumb things, saying dumb things without thinking through, particularly. No, Bowman's kind of cute. Honestly,
I was being facetious.
That's him. He tries so hard. And he does wind me up at times. It's just like, no, Bowman, you're an idiot. Stop that, please. You think for like 2 seconds you do know better. Come on in. Why on earth did I go out one way and back in the other?
Visitor Heather Hilleran.
That's a lot of alliteration.
I think it's maybe it's supposed to be British. It's like Heather.
Heather.
When Grozat wakes up, I'll get it.
Do a trade.
I'll just do it now. She probably won't be carrying much. 64 gold. Oh, go around a bunch of these bows anyway.
Alright, I'm gonna go grab some food. I'll be back in a sec.
Okay. I always get suspicious now when my dog goes under my desk. It's very distracting. I can't think of anything else to sell. And I don't... Oh, wait, no, they have a component. Woo. I'll do.
What did I miss?
I bought a component.
Hooray!
And Nakasigu preferred the Bowman as a concussed puppy, and it rather broke me for a second.
Wow.
Wow. Oh, with
Which,
an aching...
as people are rightly pointing out, is not really much different from just a puppy. In all honesty.
True.
They aren't exactly the most controlled of creatures.
No. Having been witness to exactly that for the last 9 months. Yes. Especially one that kind of is shaped a bit like a deer fawn, so is as ungainly as...
So is not entirely certain about how legs work yet.
No. She stacked it so many times going up and down our stairs. So many times. Now she just jumps all of them at once.
Now, that sounds terrifying in the long run.
Yeah. She's like 80 centimeters tall at the shoulders, so she's pretty tall. And she has no fear of anything.
Which sounds like a bad plan in Australia.
Yeah. Yeah. Have to get this place pest treated regularly to try and reduce the chances of her hunting a
Deciding
very deadly
to
spider.
pick on something that's not actually supposed to be picked on. Not this time.
Yeah. Because she does love going after the insects. She's not bright in that regard. Very easy to train her, but not very easy to stop her from eating things she shouldn't.
Omen is a Cocker Spaniel. Someone's already said. What type of dog is Charlie? I actually don't know.
She's a
What
rescue
breed?
mutt.
Rescue mutt, so... Yes.
Several. Great,
Yes, breed.
There's probably some Great Danes, some Greyhound, some Irish
I was
Wolfhound.
about to say, there's got to be some greyhound or something in there for the description you've given at the very least.
Yeah, and the Great Dane and Irish Wolfhound have similarly tall builds.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
And yeah, there's probably some...
So a bit shaggy as well, then.
No, because
No?
I think
Okay,
there's
so
also
none
some
of that
English
from
Bull
the-
Terrier in there.
Okay.
So she's got fairly short
Fair,
hair.
short hair.
But she's got a few rough patches from the Irish Wolfhound, like she's got a beard.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
That's what I was wondering about, is the Irish Wolfhound's fairly,
They've got that wiry fur.
like, fairly noticeable. Why is everyone suddenly, like, real... Oh, is it wedding time?
Party!
Oh, it's party. Okay. We talked about crazy vipers. Oh, damn.
Sounds like a gang from an anime.
Just read Akaseko's comment in your chat, Wasted.
Funny story there. My dad had a dog, gorgeous thing. One day he and my mum took her out for a walk and the dog took up running full tilt. Turned out she was chasing a cast cement lawn donkey, which she caught with a rather loud clonk. Poor thing just sat there. Why didn't it run? It's supposed to run. To be fair, there was a concrete lion that me and my mates, when we were about 14, out having a few drinks, used to try and steal on the regular. Never once managed to move the thing, but man, did we try. We might have managed to shift it about an inch over about a 2-year period.
I guess that's the upshot of concrete decorations. It's pretty hard for people to steal them.
Even a really reasonably dedicated bunch of teenage drunks can't shift that. I'll be back in 2 seconds, guys.
Feels weird to be sort of prepping toward an end, doesn't it, Capac?
Nope.
No?
I'm not really doing anything.
Well, I mean, we're all kind of just sitting here chatting while waiting for the recon armor to be researched.
I'm building bunkers.
So, you did deliberately make the bunkers slightly different sizes, didn't you?
The top and bottom are like 8, and the middle one is 9.
Yeah. I thought as much.
It's just the way it worked out.
Oh, I know what we could have been doing with the chem fuel if we cared to pay enough attention to it. It would be unallow it and just delete the storage zone underneath. Then it wouldn't count towards our total. Be a bit more work, but...
If only we could make some kind of helicopter.
Yes. I'm sure a helicopter would solve all of our problems.
Well, we could use all that fuel and we could get out of here.
We should probably put lights in the back of those things
Oh, yeah.
so they don't get unhappy from being in the dark. Because apparently being in the dark doesn't help you in terms of not getting hit anymore.
Yes, I think it only applies like a debuff for your own shooting accuracy if you're shooting in the dark yourself.
Right. Yeah, so I thought the bunkers should be lit up to give us a little bit more happiness. I'm sure Capac's going to eventually decorate these things with...
Well, we have
art of all
carpeted
sorts.
bunkers. Wow.
Yeah, that's going to be fun to clean the blood out of.
Dude.
Well, I started with the red one, and I'm like, well, with the red, you won't notice the blood.
And then you did green and blue?
And then I did green and blue, so we could easily distinguish which bunker we're going to.
Except... you probably should have done yellow.
All right, so all the red-blooded enemies have to go to the top bunker, all the blue-blooded enemies go to the middle bunker, and all the Vulcans and Romulans go to the southern bunker.
And are you ignoring the fact that one of the 3 people here finds it difficult to discern the difference between the top and the bottom bunker's colours?
Well, that's why I said the middle one, the top one, and the south one.
So why didn't you make it a different colour, like yellow?
Because, you know, we're not actually going to be facing enemies with different colors of blood, right?
Yeah, but we may actually want to decide where we're going to hide out, like where we're going to stand. And define it. Who knows? I see you wasted.
What do you want?
Just spinning around my pointer. Well, should we wrap it
I'm a
up
bit
there? 'Cause I think
hyperactive.
Wasted's losing his mind.
I'm a bit hyperactive. The peripherals help me get rid of it. It's entirely up to you guys.
Yeah. why don't we wrap it up here for this week, and we can come back next week and see if we can get closer to launching our caravan. We haven't made a single survival meal yet.
Just
No,
as
I
this
know.
place is starting to look livable.
They are, survival meals are right down the bottom of the list, so they'll get done last.
Yeah.
As we're getting to the point where we probably need a second chef helping out. But we did almost finish a bionics. We did almost finish a bionic spine. Don't forget, you can always train them up a bit. I mean, we could get wasted back on hunting. Start getting some meeting, because we don't have any. Get some fine meals.
Oh,
And deal
Get
with the raid.
raided by mortar lineup. You know, these are all things that could happen. They've got guns.
And grenades. Oh, that's a sniper
Bullets.
rifle.
okay.
Two.
We're not wrapping up yet. I guess we deal with this first.
And
they're
are they sapping?
Yep.
Good thing we got
Nice.
those mortars.
Oh wait, what? No, that's not also true, is it? That's a different thing.
So, how do we plan to die?
Within 7 days.
No, Wasted won't punch me in the face when we played that together. I mean,
Oh,
he
boy.
was right. I did have a very punchable face.
Is the concern that this might happen again? That you have a punchable face again, or but what's the deal?
No, it's because Capac said 7 days. Not sure I want to get punched in the face again.
I've heard that's been improved.
You've heard wrong.
Okay, well, good to know.
Right.
I
All
will.
these guys are following Decker, so if we take Decker out, they'll be lost and confused.
Let's see where they go. Like, get your best guns on arm, of course.
Yep. All right, let's watch him.
And they're heading up.
Digging
I
up
reckon they're gonna
sandstone.
break. I reckon they're gonna break into the
Animal pen.
No, I think they're going to the geothermal area again.
No, because that's limestone. He's going for sandstone.
Okay.
Jeez, they're going for a real hike.
Actually,
That's
Wasted,
fine.
you
That
might
means-
like the newer stuff with 7 days.
Gives us some options.
Ah. No.
They're going to kill all our horses. Nope, they're literally digging through. Do we want to just be there immediately beside them, or how do we want to do this? Now we know where they're coming through.
They're digging through there, but that doesn't get them into our area.
No, it does not.
What I'm currently doing is shooting them in the back with wasted.
Ah, would you like some support in case they turn on you?
Potentially, but make sure that we can, because actually it's quite a long way from where wasted is to defend where they're coming through. So maybe not. Let me see if I can get their attention from here. Basically. Because sometimes I might be able to basically shoot them enough that they go, screw this breaking through the walls, this guy's annoying us, and they all charge for me, in which case I run them around into the kill box again.
Yep. All right, I've just restricted everyone to the colony area at least.
We're lucky in this case that none of them have any real... They've got one sniper rifle, but he's right up the front.
Yep.
And then, what, they got 3 bolt actions, which is... Either way, I'll be careful, but I'm trying to hit one of them hard enough that they aggro in my direction, basically.
All right. You pause and control that then.
Okay.
Oh, he's through one block.
Takari, the comment about 7 days
Come on,
was not
Mason,
that it's
now's
not
not the
fun,
time to
was that
shoot
it's
badly.
gotten better. I don't think it's gotten better. I think it's gotten worse progressively since Alpha 17.
Right, they're into the animal pen. He's throwing grenades at the animals.
No, not my animals! You monster.
Oh, come on, dude.
Oh, they're coming for you.
Yeah, here we go.
Oh no,
This is
they're
what we're
still
off.
following Decker
Nope, they're turned around.
Oh, they're coming for the wall here. Oh, they're gonna breach the wall.
Capac, maybe we want to come around the side here because they've got longer range than we do. Capac?
What?
They have longer ranged weapons than you do. You want to make them come in closer.
Yeah, they've got some pretty long range stuff in there.
You are in the open and you are going to get picked off. You want to come around this side. Or
I don't
that
think
side.
that's a good idea.
Staying in the open when they've got a sniper rifle is a
I'm
good idea.
moving over here.
Okay, yeah, alright. Just move out of the way, either way. You okay to unpause, Wasted?
I got you.
Okay, the grenadier got taken down. But not the one with the
Oh
Molotovs!
no! Ah, that's bad.
Oh, this could be bad. Bad.
We should retreat. If we get inside, all these trees are gonna go up.
Grosettes, I'm not sure even in a position where they can retreat at this point.
If she goes
I'm
through
trying to get her to
this
go
wall,
backwards.
I'm with you.
South.
I'm just saying that
East
that's
out the door.
fairly unlikely you're going to pull that off, but
Yeah.
give it a shot.
She might buy the others more time.
retreating into the corridors, and we'll have to firefight afterwards. I think is the only real option here.
Unpause.
Yep.
Alright, I need to pause that for a second
okay.
because I need to...
Grisette looks like she might get away with it if she doesn't get picked off by the sniper.
I don't think they've got any other sappers, so gonna have to go the slow way.
Alright.
Ooh.
This is,
okay,
I
that
think.
could be a problem.
What's that?
These are wooden walls,
Yeah.
so the fire
Yeah.
could burn through there, and then they'll have a way in.
Yep.
But wait, do we not have running on sandstone? What stone have we got that's inside?
Why are you wondering about stone inside?
I was gonna build a wall across this passageway down here, so that
Don't think you're going to get that done in time, Capac.
Depends how long we can hold them at this door.
Not that long with the fire burning.
Yeah, that fire's going to be on us quickly enough, as is the person with the sword just outside the door.
Yeah.
We need to pull back a bit and pull them into the fire rather than otherwise.
Okay.
I think. Like, try and hold in the doors back in the corridor, pull them back into somewhere where we might be able to get the jump on them. And hopefully take out the melee one so that we can grab the guys with the longer range weapons when they're inside. And maybe Wasted survives at the back, where he's busy shooting people with a sniper rifle.
Yep.
Grozette's clear, and I would come into like this side of the base and try and... What's Grozette running? Got rangers.
Yeah,
probably good once they get into the corridors.
Yeah, I'm going to bring her around so that she can support the rest of them. Whenever you're ready.
Oof.
That didn't hit us.
Wasted died.
Whoa, what? Well. What was it? Heart destroyed. That'd do it.
Bolt action rifle. Oof.
From someone with a shooting skill of 4.
I mean, I'm amazed it took this long for the nudity to finally take him down. Too bad it didn't hit your spine, it would have ricocheted right off. Oh. Pav and Jax are both bleeding.
Yep. We don't have a decent doctor anymore. Our best doctor is a 4.
Well, it'll have to do.
Alright. I guess
I'm
we're on
ready.
pause.
Yep.
While they steal our psychic insanity pulsar.
Oh. And they're taking the animal one too.
Damn it.
Oh. Navi's trying to blow up her own base.
Can't blow up floor.
Oh, what a disaster. Oh, Kuno's got a whole bunch of our gold. Frank's got our plasteel.
Well, I just got the psychic insanity, the animal pulsar. Should I hit it?
Oh, what, Onasan is
that'll
coming
kill us.
back for
Yeah.
more plasteel?
I was joking about that. But
Oh,
I
fair
suppose it's fair enough that you said something, just in case.
I'd never know.
What? Oh. I thought Tony was stealing a horse, but he's actually carrying a thing and the horse is just overlapping his... Wait, why are they coming back?
I don't know.
Stealing gold?
They appear to not have a path that they're happy with.
They were free. And now they've just come back to die.
Well,
That happened.
Final and Gross just obliterated the lot of them.
Mm-hmm.
While sharing a word about eating habits.
So that was the blast of the original pawns, wasn't it?
Yep. Yep. Who are we making a doctor out of?
Oh, well, we'll have to build a university and...
It's Jex and Avi.
What's Jack's got?
4.1
4.1.
and Avi has 3.93.
Great. Okay. Doctoring. Alright, I'm tending Pav. But then I need somebody to tend to me. How about Grozette? Oh no, she's not bleeding out. That's
No,
alright.
Avi needs to tend. I think.
I'll tend Pav, then Avi can tend me.
This has not been a good day. This is not been a
Just
good
when
day.
we think everything's going smoothly. Oh, one of the Muffalo just died. Becca's on fire.
Indeed, the 2 out of nowhere headshots on people wearing helmets did not help us at all.
I thought everybody had helmets.
Yeah, the people wearing helmets got headshot and got their heads obliterated. That didn't help us.
I mean, might have.
Wait, are we out of steel? Yes.
Ow. What? Jackson told Pavlova that he wants to spend his life with her.
I mean, timing for the marriage. Life is short.
Life is short and all the friends are dead. Do you want to get married?
Uh-huh.
Sure, why not? Oh, who's this guy? Marandil. How did he get in the corridor?
Oh. I was seeing if I could capture him.
Right. Pav is not bleeding out.
I do wonder what Wasted's talking about at the moment. Although...
He's lamenting, I think.
Possibly. Any chance Jex could tend to my wounds?
No, because I need somebody to tend to me, because I am still bleeding to death.
I was discussing the possibility that something seems a bit off with damage in multiplayer. The prevalence of people
dropping like flies?
Not just dropping like flies, but the amount of like body parts removed with single shots in this, despite wearing the correct armor, has
Yeah.
been really high. And there's also been a couple occasions where people have died to like bruises when they've had almost no other injuries or issues. You know, someone's had the plague and then they've got bruised, and that's enough to kill them. You know, what was it earlier? It was a plague, a bruise, and a bad back was death.
Yeah.
And something about that seems wrong. Whereas this, it's just, you know, and now looking back at it in sort of more as the weaponry we're coming up against has scaled up. I'm looking back at it and thinking, actually, Capac losing as many limbs as he did was funny and a bit memey, but at the same time, why did our melee guy that actually had really good melee stats and tough and all like the right build for it,
Yeah.
to lose
having
all of his
his
limbs
parts
almost
fall off.
immediately?
Yeah. See, I don't know how this normally plays, so I don't know what's not right.
It's sort of, it's been going on long enough now that something's tweaking in my own mind that's just saying, like, really another clean one-shot injury on someone behind cover from someone with no shooting skill. Like, there's only so many times that Rimworld can roll the dice that way.
What difficulty level do you normally play on?
Higher than this. Drive to Survive, Blood and Dust.
Yeah, we're on Strive to Survive.
I can't remember because they changed the name of the blooming things, and I'm not quite as good as I used to be as remembering which one. Oh yeah, Losing is Fun is the top one, isn't it? There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'd normally play on Blood and Dust. If I'm feeling easy, I'll play on Strive to Survive is as low as I'll go. And Losing is Fun is... What have you found?
I can turn on Classic Mortars here. Colonist instant kills is turned up to 100%. It's at the max.
I'm still bleeding to death.
I wish I could help you, but I am
Lady Abby.
dead.
Lady Abby,
Lady Abby is...
the next best doctor.
Really?
Yeah.
And when you say I'm...
Check some.
Few more. Thank you. You're not bleeding to death. You're long dead. Get out of here. Okay, so the multiplayer defaults to...
Possibly different settings. All right, I'm just going to pause it while I have a look at this. So, storyteller settings. If I go to custom,
I think
being on
I can
Strive to
see it
Survive.
as well. Okay. I see what you mean.
Yeah. So it seems like the instant death chances are super high because it's as high as it can go.
Yeah, every other slider is, well, except for turret rearm cost and enemy death on down.
Yeah.
Oh, and how fast adaption is.
Yeah.
So how fast the storyteller smashes you in the face.
Yeah. So I feel like maybe some of these settings are odd. Because that's the Strive to Survive settings. So now the question is, at this stage, do we change it?
I mean...
And as Side B in your chat says, the fact that we're doing this well in spite of that is actually pretty cool. I agree.
At this point, with all of our original colonists dead. Like, we could just call this run here.
I think it's about time.
Yeah, I'm kind of feeling that way too. That's why I was asking the question.
No, I was thinking it's about time we moved on to something with mods. Like you guys took it really easy with this mods-wise.
Yeah.
We could add some more in, I think. The only reason I disagree with you, Druidus, is because every other option goes up. And if we're not on it, like if we're moving from Strive to Survive, like these previous settings, onto custom settings, how is this supposed to go up for Blood and Dust or Losing His Fun?
Jeez, I think those settings might be broken. Community Builder has colonist instant kills at 100%. I think those settings may not be getting affected by the change in difficulty. So I don't know whether they're normally higher or whether multiplayer mod has stuffed it so those settings aren't being changed when they should be at lower difficulties. I guess we could possibly test by going out of multiplayer and removing the mod. But it does make me wonder whether something... Oh, Moldoc's just booting up single player to check to see if his experience is different. It's certainly worth being aware that we can modify this stuff to make it a bit more... Because I genuinely feel like we're playing Game of Thrones here.
We all got Sean Beaned.
Yeah. Like, we've had so many deaths. And it's just been rough. And it just... Quite a few brains getting destroyed.
Who needs them?
Oh, that's an interesting point that Chrisman just said in your chat. Is it a way of avoiding some of the desync of minor injuries not lining up?
No, it's a default setting. And from what I'm reading, it does default to that sort of level.
Okay. So we've just had really bad luck.
But it basically sounds like the reason that setting was added is because people were a bit fucked off, and basically, apologize for my language, but I feel it's appropriate in this one case. Yeah.
Right, so it was just because people were annoyed at
People were annoyed
experienced.
To some extent, yeah, it sounds like.
Huh.
I'm still not entirely convinced by that. Right.
I mean, like, I haven't...
Just maybe just really nasty RNG, I don't know. Just seems to be have been going on over a very long period.
Or is the multiplayer mod deliberately rolling low and removing some of the RNG? Seems odd that would be a thing that it does. I did have an alternate suggestion before we do a modded playthrough. City Skylines.
Yay! I want to melt your brains with roundabouts.
We're Aussies.
Actually, no, you're Aussies. You're fine. Aww. Fine, I'll have to say that for the single player game. I'm going to build a city that's an entirely roundabout city.
That's been done. It's called Canberra.
It's our capital.
No, but just like concentric roundabouts. Everything's based on the like outside the city. There's a big roundabout, and then each layer within is just on another layer of roundabout.
I think you
Just
do need to
continues
do that
inwards.
one in single player because I think the traffic management mods don't
You'll
work.
need the traffic management for that. Yep. But I'm down for some Skylands.
So, how are we going to end our colony then? We've got to end it. What do we do?
Liz, can you do me a favor?
Mm.
Go to the storytellers
Oh,
and click through the difficulty settings again for me.
losing is fun?
Yeah.
Or do you want me to do custom starting with losing is fun?
Yeah, exactly.
And then crank everything as bad as it can get.
No, I just wanted to just have you click through and
Yes,
have it show that it changes.
Yes, it does change. I have shown it. Because there's an option at the top of custom where you can do set to standard.
It just did. 75%, 100%, 110%.
So that's community builder.
Right.
That's peaceful. That's adventure story. Strive to survive. Blood and
You have
dust.
to click the set to...
Yeah. And it changes it. So since Cass is ruinous, let's go Randy, threat scale 500%. That. Let's not make our colonists snap. I kind of want to see what it's like if we just fight to the death. Yeah. Close. Let's see how this goes.
What is happening?
We're
Messy.
we're wrapping this up in a random way.
Marriage is on. And we're a bit starvy.
The animals are wandering away.
At this point,
Jex, why?
probably good for them.
Yeah, probably.
They deserve it. Congratulations, animals. Enjoy your free life.
Jackson hauling a deep drill when he's... Who prioritized that?
Me.
He's starving.
It's fine. What are you doing?
You did the wrong thing.
I can drill if I want to.
Oh, jeez. Or wasted, should I put it at Cass, not Randy?
I need power.
It depends what you want. I think Randy on 500% should probably provide something relatively quickly.
Okay.
What it will be is an entirely different question, but...
Yeah, that's why I figured...
If
Randy
you want something
could
that
be
wipes us
entertaining.
out, then Cass is the one. Randy might gift us.
Yeah. I guess it'll be fun to find out.
Yeah, to be honest, still, it's not the effect of the injuries. When we're talking about effect of the injuries, the couple of bruises that knocked people out were a bit odd. But it's not the effect of the injuries that I'm really worried about. It's the frequency of them. I don't think we've had a single death that hasn't been either A, a random bruise, or B, someone immediately getting headshot or heart shot or brain shot or something like that. It's all in that.
Apart from Granny who got bitten.
And Granny who got eaten alive by a
Cougar.
cougar, but, you know. Exceptions be exceptions.
Oh, I'm just waiting for this ticking time bomb to blow. So if we do get a herd of mad animals, we're going to go out to fight it, right?
I knew we should have done that quest for a power claw.
That'd have been the answer. Oh, yes.
So we'll have to see if we can get the multiplayer thingo working for.
It sounds like this may be me being just less familiar with modern Rimworld. Talking about the fact that they've added in 1.22, the insta-kill mechanic was added.
Okay.
Where it essentially rolls an extra dice when you get hit by a wound that could potentially be a killing blow. Where it just decides, did that kill you?
Oh, well, at least we now know, so that next time we play Rimworld together, we can modify those things so that we can have a bit of a
Either
more
modify
tailored
that
experience.
or turn the difficulty down, but I'd be inclined to modify that side of things specifically because I quite like the difficulty. I just don't like the idea that any decision can result in, oops, they've decided to move, bang, oh, and my pawn doesn't have a head. Bye.
Yep. Yep.
Oh, but he wasn't wearing armor. No, he was wearing flak armor. Like, full set.
Playing billiards.
Capac's trying to spawn as many bugs as he can.
Yeah. Proper word being trying.
I did increase the bug potential spawn rate to 500%.
Well, there are a couple of caves around here they can pop up in. These ones over here haven't been filled in. That might be it. What? Where's Jackson? Oh. Some horse.
Well, I increased so the deep drilling infestation rate is a separate thing. There's a separate control for it. So I've increased it as well.
Fair enough.
I'll just keep... Stop it. It is... It's such a fascinating look at how our perceptions of things might be affected by everything as well. Like, how certain we can be that it's not within the range of what previous RNG we'd experienced.
Well, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it
how
wasn't.
complex it all is.
Mostly because from my angle, the complexity comes from the fact that my experience is based on Rimworld up to primarily 1.0.
Yep.
I haven't played anything like as much since Royalty, basically. Yeah. And apparently there's been a bunch of extra changes that have come in since then. And they're interesting.
Oh, did we get that spine?
Alright, who wants a joy wire?
Probably not.
Get Jax to finish the spine and put it in Grosette.
What?
Get Jax to finish making the bionic spine and put it in Grosette.
Yeah, she doesn't need a spine.
You don't have a doctor for that.
Yeah, I don't.
Jax
I
is
wouldn't have
inspired
enough.
surgery.
Yeah, but he wouldn't have enough medical skill to even be able to attempt it.
Yeah.
He
Oh.
probably needs like 8 or something.
Well, that sucks. I was hoping she'd just give it a crack.
Devil Master, there is no making a heart and saving wasted. That is not a thing.
Nope. Wasted is cold and dead. Missing 4.5% of his body parts. Well, really? We haven't been raided yet? Do we need to just start mining everything? Feels a whole lot less fun for me to, like, use dev mode or something like that to try and force it to happen.
I mean, it's not really cheating if you're trying to encourage disasters to happen.
Yeah, but it just doesn't feel the same as me not knowing what's going to come. I switched it off Randy and I put it on Cass, so I figured it would just happen. I also... I don't know if you've ever played with this option, I just saw it in there. I switched it to Wealth Independent Progress Mode, Years Until Maximum Threat 1.
We've apparently only had one large thread in the colony, but I don't know how madly that's affected my multiplayer.
Can't see anything else to change to smash this higher. Unless I put, like, make us all horribly diseased. That seems like an unpleasant way to go out. Come on, Cass, show us your worst. Oh. Could this be the start?
I can't shoot the gas cans.
You can't?
You can always shoot the... No, move away from them and force target.
Yeah, it won't.
Won't let me.
No?
No.
That sucks.
So we'll have to throw grenades at them.
Does that have to be random fire? And grenades?
Can we make...
Chain reaction.
Can we make Molotovs? Whoa! What
Okay,
the
that
heck?
worked.
What did you do?
I threw a grenade at one of the...
Why didn't you
Also-
tell us that you were doing that?
Well, what did you think I was doing when I'm talking about how to detonate them? Maybe you can do it with grenades. Okay, I'll go get some grenades and I'll try it.
Why didn't you change the game speed at least?
Because I didn't realize that somebody had set it on the flash.
It's only on 2 times.
Well, it works.
Yep. It's quite a decent fireball around it too. It's quite likely to toast someone.
And I think one of them set off the other one, so I think you could do like a domino line of fire.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I'm close enough. Just turn the whole thing into a giant inferno. It's a lot of fuel to use to do that, though.
Well, only because the game won't let us split the stacks.
Capac, do you own Cities Skylines yet?
Yeah, I think so.
Come on.
So, what department will you be head of, Mr. Capac?
I don't know. Electricity.
Yep.
Okay.
The man with the power. Department of Utilities.
Unlimited power.
You know this means utilities, right? No, you can't just deal with electricity.
Which
Well,
also means
it's
water and sewage.
Yeah, you can double up by having the electricity run through the water system.
What are you going to be, Wasted? What do you desire to manage?
Railways and commerce.
Alright, I guess I'm taking highways and roads. How do we decide on zoning permissions? By committee?
Well, I nabbed commerce already.
Oh, commerce, right. So you're doing mass transit and zoning
I'm doing mass transit and
based
commercial.
on my roads and Capac's utilities.
Correct.
Oh, delightful.
We've got industrial and residential to split out still.
Oh, right. I'm taking
You
residential.
see what I mean? Okay, there you go. Capac, you're industrial.
Yeah, I like industrial music.
Sweet. 9 Inch Nails or
Yep.
something more? Yeah.
VNV Nation.
Ooh, that's one I haven't heard for a while. Let's dip into the music folder. Oh man.
What else is there that we might need to... What about schools, hospitals, and police? Education, health, and safety.
But yeah, those should just come out and down under each one of the commercial, industrial.
As in you just zone for your
What the?
particular thing.
No. I feel like they should each be linked to, if you know what I mean.
Almost got struck by lightning.
So maybe safety is your industrial. See what I mean? Like,
So whoever's doing industrial does the fire and police. Is that what you mean?
maybe. I don't know.
I was just thinking of randomly dividing those 3 up as well, just so that it's...
Well, maybe we randomly divide those 3 up because there's other categories as well. Like, for example, I'm doing mass transit. Who gets dam construction?
Well, that'd be power.
Well, yeah, water. That'd fall under the water management.
Okay, but what about canals?
It would also be water management.
Well, no, it wouldn't be because canals are
Canals?
mass transit.
Canals for transit, that would be transit person.
Ah.
But the dams would be
But
electrics.
they're not. They're power canals.
No, they're not.
Your canals might be power canals, but I'm running dudes down them, and now they're transit canals, so they're now mine.
Can you call someone with comms console and insult them? Wasted?
Yes. Yes, you can.
Yeah, but I reckon...
Abby.
Oh, call the mortar lineup.
Yeah.
Tell them we dare them to do it again.
No.
No.
You can only call allied people, I guess, and insult them.
Yeah. But that probably won't get them to actually attack us, will it?
Yes, I do wonder whether... No, I know, Colin. That was a double check about the 9 Inch Nails thing. I was pretty damn certain that Capac was into 9 Inch Nails at that point. Because I'm still not sure whether or not the line in the hiss stuff from Control, where they say a copy of a copy of a copy, is a reference. I suspect it may be.
Oh, another slave ship.
Now, you see, the problem is Cass...
Right.
Even nasty Cass sees 5 colonists and 1 unconscious and wants to be nice.
All right, Randy's coming back. Just
If you're truly done...
Yeah, I think we're truly done.
In which case... Pick a target. Who's around nearby?
Oh, we're going to attack?
Okay. Go pick on the Labario Nation. Little bastards.
All right, let's do it.
Coming around visiting our town far too much these days.
Form a caravan. Everybody. Bring all the horses. Bring all the muffalo. Bring all the
Bring all the urns.
Bring all the urns. That'll do. The Labario Nation's the red one, yeah?
Yes.
Alright. Let's go. Sorry, Moldoc.
That's right. In a few thousand years, somebody will come and wake him up.
It's true. He'll have to tell our story.
Yeah, did you take the animal parcel?
Did I take the animal what?
Also.
No. Oh! It doesn't work for our animals. I didn't take it, do you want me to... Because there'll be animals on that map, won't there?
Activate
Yeah, that's
it
what
now.
no, Devil Master pointed out in my chat. Last resort.
Yep.
Surprise! We go down with our friends. The Animu friends.
Psychic Animal Pulsar. Are there any other items like that we want?
Nope.
Don't think so. Okay. Resending.
Make it so. Are we taking Bowman as a captive?
Uh-huh. Didn't think we should leave Bowman here to starve.
Wait. No, you thought you should leave Jackson here to starve.
Ah! Add to caravan. Wait, why aren't the animals coming? Did I forget to do them? I did. Dang it.
You're the worst caravan ever.
Apparently. Or should I release the animals to the wild?
Yeah,
I've
I
added
want
them.
them for
they'll sort
transport.
themselves out.
Yeah, normally when Capac and I have done the multiplayer stuff, we've set as a loss condition if we lose all of our primary pawns, which happened today. So it feels fitting to me that we go out in a blaze of glory with our remaining crew.
Where on earth is everyone going?
Collecting all the animals. Although apparently I missed some horses. Oh well, whatever. Oh no, they got picked up. Should we
Hello,
abandon?
boys.
Should we abandon
Sudden
our
colony value drop 1,000,000%.
We're attacking Blue Pit.
Yep.
Oh boy.
I'm interested to see what it's like attacking a colony. I've never actually done it.
Base of one of the factions. Description, nothing.
I have wondered if you could play Rimworld in a way to try and annihilate a faction. Because they don't seem to form new camps.
Ah, what the?
Ooh, dear.
That's not a good sign, is it? Thanks, Executive Storm. Yeah, 22 months. It's a long, long time.
What happened?
What?
Have you seen what's in the camp?
Oof, that's a lot of dudes.
Yep.
Wait. What? I thought I saw something, but I don't see it now.
Well, this is going to be over quickly. The buffalo will find grass to eat. They wander, a herd without a leader. They give birth, they die, they live on. In 1,000 years, one is born who learns how an ancient nutrient paste dispenser works, and the herd thrives. Over 1,000 generations, they gain sapience and take to the stars, where they're met with humans for the first time in millennia, and are mocked for being furries. Wow. I should have read the end before I read that.
Oh,
Don't you hate it when
I've
you're
done
reading
that
that
too many
thinking,
times.
Ugh.
It's going great, it's going great, it's going. Oh.
Yeah, no.
Worst ones are when you get caught off guard and it's bad news at the end.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, it's good to. Blah, 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 blah. Oh.
I saw one of those that Simon on the Yogscast did on a stream, where he read out this story in like a really stupid voice, and then at the end it was like, "Yeah, so my grandfather died, and I'm really upset about it."
Mm-hmm.
He's
In
like,
there.
Are we ready to
"Oh."
unpause and start
Yep.
this massacre?
So I'm headed down to this rock here for cover. I don't know about you guys.
It looks like a good rock, man. Looks like a good rock. That's what I can say.
Oh, they're going to be guarding all their smoke leaf plants.
I'm just hoping Jax gets off a few grenades.
Well, if you give me some cover. Oh wait, you use the psycho animal thing.
Who's carrying it?
No, they attack us as well.
Yeah, but if we go back into the corner with our animals, we'll have sort of minimal animals coming for us. Most of the animals will all converge on the center of the map.
I mean, it could be funny. Should I? Who's the worst shot? Crozet
Jackson.
or Jackson? But Jackson's got the grenades. I was just thinking one person should stay back to do it.
Well,
is anyone
we'd
carrying
all have to go back because anyone that's in the middle is going to get swamped by all the animals.
No, I meant once everyone but one person is dead, we just activate it.
Oh.
Avi is carrying it, so wasted. It's up to you.
Oh, okay.
Whatever you want to do with it, it's up to you. Are we ready?
Let's do it.
Oof.
Oh, Pavlova's been surrounded.
Yep. Final's taking a hit. Oof. Stab to the stomach. Oh no, Abby's in combat. Abby, activate the thing before you get overwhelmed.
I don't have it.
It's in your gear.
Yeah, but how do I... You can't use it.
You drop it.
Okay.
Can you activate it now?
Yeah, got it.
Okay. Here we go.
Here come the donkeys. Run, baby,
amazing.
run. Run for freedom. Here come the horses, here come the raccoons, here come the pigs.
Oh. Okay, everyone died?
No!
What just...
The man in black!
Cristobal Nelubra.
Cristobal, you've got this.
He's pessimistic, he's nimble, and he's kind.
And he's back at the old base.
Yep. Oh.
And he's going to put on some flak pants. He's a starship janitor.
That was a fun ride.
He's a nimble and
It was a
kind
challenging run, but
pessimist.
it was fun.
Cristobal, my friend.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Whoa!
Oh, look at this!
Okay, this is definitely the end.
Look at this! There's your Randy.
Come on, Cristobal.
Oh yeah, this
We've
switched
got
on.
this. Get down into the kill box, mate.
Oh,
Wait, you should have released Moldark.
oh yeah, release Moldark. So Moldark can be brain dead and just that way they have to get to Moldark.
The guns will take care of the robots.
No,
it'll
it's
be
too
fine.
cruel. I can't do it.
No, do it, because then we'll see the end.
Oh, what?
No,
Oh
at
my
least
God.
Moldark will be the one survivor.
No, release him.
He's going.
What I worry about is if we don't have Moldark out of bed, when Cristobal dies, it'll just end. I want to see it go longer. I'm sorry, Moldark. Oh wait, Moldark's down. That won't help. Dang it.
Well, the turrets are doing
No,
alright
Red,
so
it
far.
will help. He'll be fine. It'll help. He's still an alive colonist. Mr. Ball needs to play his part in things.
Oh,
Okay.
there goes one of the guns. Oh, the big fellas are coming in though.
Come on,
that's
Mr.
so
Ball.
many centipedes.
Help him out. Yeah.
There goes another gun.
The big dudes have arrived.
Whoa!
Oh man.
That's all the gun line gone. Now they're going for the auto cannons.
Mr. Ball, you've got no choice. You've got to keep those autocannons alive. Go, man, go! The clutch grenade, you've got this.
Come on, chuck that grenade.
Yes!
There it goes. Grenade out. Blam! He got him. Oh, he's down.
Oh, it's not bad though. It's
He's
not
bleeding
bad.
out.
He lost his left and right legs.
Of course he did. Because everybody loses all of their limbs in this. You see what I mean? He almost lost his arm as well. And his eye. He got a permanent gunshot injury to his eye. He almost lost his arm and he lost both of his legs. Those were the only injuries he took.
Yep.
What
do
is
the bots
going
do
on
now?
here?
No, they're attacking my drill.
Do the bots do anything now? Do they just keep breaking stuff randomly?
They live here now. This is their new home. Oh, he's chewing through the walls.
How long is it
I
going to
gave
take
up.
for Moldark to starve?
Oh, there's more of them coming in. Cristobal has kicked the bucket. Oh, they're chewing through the walls.
Yep. Of course this happens after we've left with everything else. We couldn't make our final stand.
They're trying to break through the walls to the place they were already in.
Yeah, well, they're not very intelligent. What can I tell you?
Oh. Oh, one of them almost got in.
Are they ever actually going to break in? And what are they going to do when they break in?
Keep breaking stuff, I guess.
How long does it
There
take
we
you
go.
to starve to death?
Here we go. Now you're home. Ish.
Well, he's only on trivial malnutrition. Oh, centipede's in. Whose bedroom is that? Oh, I didn't see.
It won't be assigned anymore because the colonists are gone.
All right.
Yep, centipedes have made it into the base.
I kind of wanted one of them to start a fire.
Oh, they really don't like the workroom.
Nope.
Whoa! What just? Oh, the fire popper just exploded. Oh, they can smell Moldark around here somewhere. Oh, one of us trying to
Watching
break into
them
the
and
hospital.
what they kill is always an interesting learning experience, though.
Yeah.
Oh, they're in.
They very much go for the production, then
They want production buildings and then
they
research.
want electrical stuff. Oh!
Oh,
Oh,
no,
no.
it's on
it.
fire.
No,
Here we
it's
go.
on fire. And that's how it goes. Not because they kill him, but because they blow up the thing next to him. He gets set on fire, and no one's there to put him out. That's a pretty sad way to go.
That's right, he doesn't have enough brain left to know what's going on.
Nah, not really. Just feels a bit warm. Having a bath, maybe. And now, who's the tube sausage?
Oh,
we
there
go.
he goes.
Well, that's it.
Goodbye, Moloch. And as with so many colonies before it, the machine menace slowly disassembles it in a random order.
It is now the angry anglerfish mech hive. Oh, geez, they're going to be real angry when they find all their friends in here.
Damn, we didn't get rid of the bodies! Oh well, it's too late for us. Apologies to whoever's next. Maybe that's how it goes on. As they keep raiding places, finding a stash of mechanoid corpses and going, oh, I'm gonna get them!
Well, that was a lot of fun.
And so it shall begin again. But perhaps after a break for some skylines or something along the similar lines.
Yep. Maybe some EDF next week, and then we can.
I've got some suggestions as well. Let's have a chat about it. But yeah, if you're down for continuing Monday
down for the
night,
same time next week.
so it's Tuesday night for you guys. Sorry, Monday night for me, Tuesday morning for you. Whatever it is, this thing.
Yep.
Then I'm down. EDF, I'm also down for. Always fun.
Yeah. All right. Well, there's all that and plenty more to come, and we'll see you then. Although, Wasted, are you continuing, or are you done for the night?
No, I'm going to continue for a little bit longer. Not too much because I need to prepare for the weekend, but a little bit. There's some life in me.
Well, then there's all that and a Wasted raid to come.
Catch you next time, everybody.
See
Yeah,
ya.
That was frustrating, but also fun.
It was.